Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Steel City Sports Report, where we unfortunately talk everything Steelers, Penguins, and Pirates. I am your host, Brady Vini, back here again tonight to see if this can get any worse. Because last night we were live for round one of the 2026 draft, and it was quite possibly the worst case scenario for your Pittsburgh Steelers, getting really crapped on and them doing the crapping themselves on their own fans in their own city. And we are here tonight to watch rounds 2 and 3 of the draft to see if there is anything worth salvaging in this already horrendous start to the NFL draft for your Steelers. That is what we are live here to do tonight. Last night, as I said, worst case set for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, you'll see the picks over here to my left on the LED video or LED ticker board behind me. You'll see the picks from last night as well as the current draft order for tonight's festivities. But the most important picks on that board to pay attention to the Ravens, Browns, Eagles, and your Pittsburgh Steelers, because three of those teams had really good draft picks and the other one not so much. The Baltimore Ravens last night, they do not do the dumb thing. They make the obvious pick and bolster their offensive line with one of the best offensive linemen, period, in the draft, Oliva Venga Ioane from Penn State. The Cleveland Browns not only get Spencer Fano, one of the Steelers' offensive line targets, but also Casey Concepcion, who, if he gets right, he could be the best wide receiver in this draft class when it's all said and done. Then Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys at pick 20, they decide to hold grudges and F over the Pittsburgh Steelers royally. And they F over the Steelers, but they bring upon a hellstorm upon themselves. They do a deal with the devil. They trade in division with the Philadelphia Eagles of all teams. The Eagles, they come up and they swipe what is quite possibly the best wide receiver in the draft class, Makai Lemon, right out from underneath the noses of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers, they were waiting all night to see how far Lemon would drop. He dropped right to the pick before the Steelers, and then the Eagles and Cowboys do shady business, and they take Makai Lemon, do the Eagles. What did the Steelers do in response? Not all that much of a plan B that they had all sorted out, because they ended up taking Maxime Ichornahorn. I'm probably butchering his last name. I will try to get that ready as we move along here with his tenure with the Steelers, but it was a disaster for the Steelers. Not only do their two rivals, really all three, if you count the Dexter Lawrence trade as a draft pick for the Cincinnati Bengals, the Ravens, they got better with an offensive line stud. Same thing for the Browns plus a wide receiver. And then the Steelers, they get caught with their pants down. They were waiting and waiting for Lemon to drop, and they did not trade up. Nobody understands or knows why, if they loved Lemon so much that they literally called him as the Eagles traded up for him. That is the most damning and embarrassing fireable offense thing of this whole situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is now video evidence. It was, reported last night by Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. There's literal video evidence now that the Steelers got all excited, jumped the gun, were on the phone with Makai Lemon right as the Philadelphia Eagles came up and drafted him. So embarrassing, to the fact that Lemon, Omar Khan's already saying, hey, excited to have you be a Steeler. It's embarrassing to the point where Lemon's like, why is Philly calling me? And his agent comes rushing in with a new phone saying, hey, Philly's trading up to take you right now. Steelers, just absolute embarrassment. I have, little pride today, honestly, wearing what I'm wearing. I have a little pride watching this draft here tonight. I don't mean any of this here to be a, slight or indictment or damnation of the kid the Steelers drafted, Maxi Hornachor. They call him IMAX, or Big Max. It seems like he is a good kid here for the Steelers. Steelers, this is clearly a panic pick, picking up Ihornachor, because no top 30 visit with Ihornachor, no visiting his pro day. I bet you they knew as bare minimum as they needed to about this kid, because they did not think in plan A, B, if they even had one, all the way through Z, that they were going to be picking Ihornachor last night. And the Steelers lying right through their gritted teeth, too. Omar Khan said he was really excited about Big Max, and that they felt really great about picking him and, not trading out of that pick. Said that he was their guy and he's a Steeler. Wrong. Video proved that to be a bold as hell lie from Omar Khan. Mike McCarthy said he's excited and that the offensive line coaching staff is excited to get Ihornachor, and I'm sure they are, because not in their wildest dreams did they think they'd be getting Ihornachor here today. Ihornachor did make a good impression in his press conference today. Said that he's open to moving all around the offensive line. I would certainly hope so, seeing how he looks like strictly a right tackle. He said that, he loved his performance against a guy who went second overall last night in David Bailey, and also he takes great pride in punishing people. This is not meant to be a damnation on Ihornachor at all. He's a great kid, big as hell, can move really, really well. He's got excellent footwork. The only real slight to Ihornachor is he is still, learning the game of football. Yeah, he had 3 years of starting experience in college, but didn't pick up football until he was 13 years old. So he is not a lifelong football guy to where maybe he has his instincts and experience of the game fully developed yet. That's the only slight I really have on Ihornachor right now. All of the issues, they are pointed to Omar Khan, Art Rooney II, Mike McCarthy, Andy Weidel, you name it. They're in the Steelers front office. All the slings and arrows are getting launched their way here today. Omar Khan, we're officially out on him. It's the honeymoon phase. It is over for one Omar Khan. If it wasn't for, honestly, the Joey Porter Jr. Acquisition, trading Chase Claypool for basically a first-round pick, what really does Omar Khan have to, hang his hat on? Is it, the Derek Harmon pick? I mean, anybody could have made that at that point. Is it Troy Falatanu? I like Troy Falatanu, but now we're going to need to wait and see what happens with him, because he could be displaced by this draft pick. It is just comedies of errors left and right here for the Steelers over the last 24 hours, and they are taking it on the shins with tons and tons of heat right now. And as we look over here to the right, ladies and gentlemen, you got Mr. Roger Goodell, commissioner of the NFL. He is going to kick off round 2 tonight. We'll talk more about the Steelers as the night goes along. I am sure we got comments in the comment section already. Tour Parks, Flacco, Concepts, you guys in there. Keep the comments on coming here tonight. We're about to open up night 2 of the NFL draft here. Looks like we got all the representative celebrity pickers out there tonight. You got Pat McAfee standing right off to the left of Roger Goodell. Of course, McAfee not wearing anything snazzy nearly like the other guys up there on stage. You will see 3 or 4 guest pickers tonight here for the Steelers, or celebrity pickers, I should say, for draft picks. I think Joey Porter Jr., Joey Porter Sr., I believe John Stallworth, if I'm not mistaken. Those guys will be making picks tonight for the Steelers. And Roger Goodell is going to wax poetic about the Steelers, I guess I should say Western Pennsylvania football heritage to kick off the show. 7 of you in here. Welcome to the live stream. On your way in, please hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, like, share, leave a comment to the comment section here. Concepts, saw a few of your comments. Do want to address those first. This is one thing that I am not going to do here today. I do see tons and tons of people out there, trying to backtrack all the nice things they said about Lemon and try to talk up Maxi Hornachorn. I'm not going to, be flip-flopping here and saying, oh, the Steelers now dodged a bullet on Lemon. I'm not going to be the one to do that. And there is the official word from Roger Goodell tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a hopefully quick and not all that stupid live stream tonight for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The San Francisco 49ers, who could be trading out of this spot, they are on the clock. Just a quick word on some of the buzz heading into this night 2 of the NFL draft. You've got a couple teams here right at the top of the second round, maybe looking to move back, according to Jordan Schultz of the Schultz Report. The San Francisco 49ers, Arizona Cardinals, and Buffalo Bills, who are all at the top of this second round, have received calls about potential trades at the top of round 2. Teams looking to move up heading into day 2, according to Jordan Schultz. Browns, Saints, Dolphins, and your Pittsburgh Steelers. Funny. That is going to be absolutely hilarious. And another thing to crush Omar Khan about tonight. If he does not trade up for Mekhi Lemon last night, but then he sells the farm to go get a Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard, it's not, a shot at any of those guys. Just bad business from Omar Khan if he ends up, making some massively bold trade up here tonight. There are expected to be tons of trades here tonight. There will be runs too tonight. You can see a run on defensive tackles. You can see a run on wide receivers here tonight. So get ready to see a bunch of players from the same position go off the board all at once as we wait to see what goes down here with the San Francisco 49ers. Just bad luck last night. Again, officially out on Omar Khan. You get caught on video, thinking that you got something locked up and then you don't have a plan B. So you make a panic pick in Maxi Hornachor, sixth best offensive tackle at that point in the night. You could have gone another wide receiver, Omar Cooper Jr., Casey Concepcion were on the board right there. I would have been A-okay with one of those guys, and just all around no real strong positivity from the Steelers fan base last night. A bunch of people, if you go back and look at the draft last night, people cleared out, and it was a record crowd last night as well. I believe it was 300,000 or 320,000 people all crammed in to the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania last night. So Pittsburgh showing up and showing out. I think a heavier Steeler contingency of fans here tonight. Last night it was sort of, mixed between, fans from home and abroad, but now, it seems to be a more heavy Steeler favorite crowd here tonight. Another two things that I absolutely hate about Omar Khan and the stuff he pulled last night. Not only did he make a panic pick, looked like he wasn't prepared at all. He and Mike McCarthy, 5 minutes after the pick, they went and did a press conference talking about Max Hornachor, which everybody's like, really? We're going to do a press conference. Can't you wait till the end of the first round and let's see if we can, trade up or something like that to get a Cooper or Concepcion like what the New York Jets did, but nope, didn't do that. And also, Omar Khan, bold-faced lie from earlier this week, talking about Broderick Jones and his neck injury. He said that the Jones neck injury is a little bit of a concern after saying earlier on Monday this week that it was status quo with Broderick. There was no new information. So that was outstanding stuff there. And people, Steelers and reporters have been all day trying to do some PR and, bring a positive face back to the Steelers. Tell you what, I am not 100% sold that whatever they do tonight will be able to salvage goodwill after this draft, but I'd at least like to see them try. Be aggressive, go get, top 5 guys at the other positions that you still need to attack, not named, wide receiver. Go get a top corner that's left on the board. There's tons of corners here tonight. Just looking at some of the prospects still available tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as the San Francisco 49ers are now about to go under 2 minutes here. 7 minutes of picks times here in these second and third rounds. So they are now under 2 minutes. They could be listening in on trade offers. Corners, Steelers are or could, tackle that position tonight. Jermon McCoy, Colton Hood, the two Tennessee products, Avion Terrell, D'Angelo Pons. Some of those guys at the corner position are still on the board as the pick is now in, ladies and gentlemen, for the San Francisco 49ers. So they fielded a ton of offers, I bet, but they are going to stick and pick here. Let's hope it's not a fantastic wide receiver here. Back to the other players available. Safety, one massive safety left on the board. Steelers could maybe draft one of those. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, not expecting him to stay alive for long tonight, on the draft board. Traden Stukes and A.J. Halsey are also there. Defensive tackle, some good D tackles. Caden McDonald, he could be going off the board here at any moment. Kristen Miller, defensive tackle from Georgia. Darrell Jackson Jr. from FSU. Dominique Orange, Big Citrus, they call him, from Iowa State. And then wide receiver. I mean, the wide receiver class is deep, but, you could have really nailed the best one in the draft last night. Pissed at that. So I'm going to be looking at whatever wide receiver they take tonight through that jaded lens. Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard, Antonio Williams, the multiple Bells, Chris Bell, Skylar Bell, those types of guys. Elijah Surratt, all of those guys are definitely available here tonight. So got tons of players to keep our eyes on and look at here tonight. And the pick, here comes the pick, ladies and gentlemen. First one of the night from the San Francisco 49ers. You've got punter Andy Lee of the 49ers, was drafted as a punter out of Pitt in 2004. You'll see tons of Pittsburgh connections in the guest and celebrity selection announcers here this evening. Here comes the pick. Wow. Wow. So the first pick of the night is a wide receiver, and it is not Denzel Boston, who I thought, was a slam dunk pick for the San Francisco 49ers. Instead, they go to Mississippi, Ole Miss, and select Dejon Stribling, the top pass catcher for the Rebels last year. Dejon Stribling, out of this, outstanding class of wide receivers. He's got talent, but I did not have him too high on my draft board. Stribling, my 18th wide receiver, 5 wide receivers went last night. Stribling's at 18 in my book. 6'2", 207, 31-inch arms, 10-inch hands. He is good friends with Nick Herbig and Roman Wilson. They all grew up in Hawaii together. I thought the Steelers might target Stribling at some time later tonight, but he goes off the board immediately. Last year, for Hottie Toddy, 15 games played, 55 receptions, 811 receiving yards, and 6 receiving touchdowns. He accelerates well off the line of scrimmage. It is tough to keep up with for corners. Over-the-shoulder ball tracking couples well with his abilities to adjust to the throw. He builds up yak with both speed and burst, and he shows good effort and technique to square up to his man when blocking for others. Breaks on underneath routes are too stiff, though, and he needs to improve, if possible, at catch point strength. Sammy Watkins, Tyquan Thornton are 2 pro comps for Dejon Stribling. He is the first player off the board on night 2 of the NFL draft. First pick in round 2. Pick is already in for the Arizona Cardinals here at pick number 34. So the 2 teams that were fielding trade offer calls, they are going to stick and pick here to begin the draft. I should say night 2 of the draft. Both of those teams who fielded trade offers are sticking and picking. To the comments section, we go right now. Or we'll go to the comments section. Any chance I get a break, I'll go to the comments section and get to your guys' comments. Please keep them coming. Fill up the section. Here comes the selection. Cardinals about to pick, and it is another Pittsburgh favorite, ladies and gentlemen. James Conner, former Pitt running back, former Steeler running back, making the Cardinals pick here. And we have our first offensive lineman of the night off the board, ladies and gentlemen. This was a guy that the Steelers, I believe, brought in for a top 30 visit, or at least were strongly interested in trying to smokescreen a little bit. Chase Bisontis, the guard from Texas A&M, is the second pick off the board here tonight. The first offensive lineman gone here in round 2. Bisontis was a formal meeting with the Steelers at the NFL Combine. I think they were really, really in love with him, but obviously not in any position to draft him here tonight. Good size, 6'5", 315. Arms are on the shorter side a little bit, 32 inches. Was a third-team All-SEC guy last year for the Aggies. Started 12 of the 13 games he played in at left guard. Allowed 1 sack on 359 pass pro snaps. Pass blocking grade 70.7. Run blocking grade 60.7 according to PFF. And you've got the strengths and weaknesses here for Bisontis. They're showing the Buffalo Bills. They are now on the clock. Will they stick and pick or trade out? Lateral movement is excellent for Chase Bisontis. He has core strength and a low center of gravity to sustain blocks and control the opposing defender. He is always looking to win the initial contact battle. He likes chopping the rusher's arms away from his chest, and when he gets ahead of steam, he knocks people over like a bowling ball knocks over pins, especially against those smaller linebackers and defensive backs. Weaknesses, though, the short arms, of course, puts him at a reach disadvantage at time. His footwork and hips are a little premature in pass pro. They get sloppy as the route goes along. And his pad level sometimes too high in the first contact, which could give the leverage advantage to defenders. Pro comps for him: Trevor Keegan, who I believe was drafted a year or two ago, and Cooper Beebe is a body comp for him. The Dallas Cowboys offensive guard, maybe their center. I'm not sure what position he is. The Dallas Cowboys. Now we're adding them onto the list there. Flacco and concepts here. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills, so no sort of trade getting done here early. And this, ladies and gentlemen, could be where the last of the top tier wide receivers in this draft class go off the board. Denzel Boston is there. They need a weapon for Josh Allen. Maybe they get scared away from Boston a little bit because he profiles similar to like a Keon Coleman, but we'll wait and see here. I do not expect Boston to be on the board for much longer. And here comes the selection for the Buffalo Bills. This is going to be a rough second round, I believe here. Just my feeling on it. Here comes the Bills selection. Wow. So they do not go wide receiver, do the Bills. They go linebacker. And good news for the Steelers if they are looking to target linebacker high in tonight's draft. It is neither C.J. Allen from Georgia, nor is it Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech. It is T.J. Parker, one of the Clemson Tigers who did not make it into the first round last night. T.J. Parker, who I have as a outside linebacker / edge rusher. I think I have him as a defensive end, actually, now that I'm seeing here. TJ Parker, defensive end for the Clemson Tigers, 21 years old, 6'3.5" 263 pounds, was a 2025 All-ACC honorable mention with his 37 tackles and 5 sacks in 12 games last year. Strengths for TJ Parker. When his game is on, he could be one of the more dominant and game-changing players on the field. He is that good. Turnover machine. Ripped out 6 forced fumbles in his career. He's strong and firm, playing off of a good length. His long arm move and constant targeting of the blocker's outside shoulder is great in his rush repertoire. Quick hands, get to the opponent's chest. He reads the backfield well and mimics the quarterback's movements, and he can play over the guard or the tackle and bring the same edge to whoever blocks him. Down blocks do give him fits, though. He's a short strider out of his stance. Does not have the best pursuit speed among the class, and he has no secondary options to his pass rush repertoire when his bull rush does not work. Pro comps for him: Marshawn Nealand and Trey Hendrickson is a pro comp for TJ Parker. So the Bills think they a team once upon a time who were in on Trey Hendrickson as a free agent, but that is who he compares to, at least stylistically, with the body and such. The Houston Texans, their pick is now in. We are now on to pick 36, 4 picks into night 2. They went to a commercial, so I'll catch up on some of these comments here. I want to go back to concepts, talking about crushing the Steelers. I do not, I'm not a Max Ehornachor crusher, nor am I, a Mekhi Lemon, basher here. Can I say that Max Ehornachor, is a solid prospect who, if developed right, could be a good player? Yes. But am I going to, come on here tonight and act like the Steelers still shouldn't have traded up for Mekhi Lemon? And am I going to be a guy that's, going to come on here and say, oh, no, I think about it more, Steelers really avoided a big bullet right there? It's just not my thing right now. Flacco here, F my Steelers and this new staff. I think, good bit of people were missing Mike Tomlin last night. I have a feeling Mike Tomlin would have been a big Mekhi Lemon guy, wanting to go up and get him and trade up a little bit. Honestly, one thing I did think of, how different things could have been and how different our feelings would be right now if the Steelers had lost that game for the division against the Baltimore Ravens in Week 18. If Tyler Loop does not miss that kick, all of a sudden the Steelers sit at pick 14, and they themselves, are looking at Venga Ioane or Mekhi Lemon, and they could have their pick of the litter right there. But, I mean, missed kick could have changed the fortunes big time for the Pittsburgh Steelers here. Look here, Tor Parks, welcome, Tor. You panic picked for sure. Absolutely. That is 100%. I like the kid, but he's a backup for now. Yeah, he definitely is. This is a trade up, by the way, between the Houston Texans and Vegas Raiders. The Texans and Raiders, they swap second-round picks. The Raiders only drop 2 spots. The Raiders get a 3rd, and the Texans get a 4th. So a couple of pick swaps here. Here comes the pick for the Houston Texans. Let's see if maybe we get that run on defensive linemen, edge rushers, D tackles, all that, like what some may speculated. Let's see here what's going on. Got Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell. Here's the pick. And the waiting in the green room ladies and gentlemen, for Caden McDonald, my top defensive tackle in this class, has come to an end. So maybe we are getting that run on defensive linemen here. Caden McDonald out of The Ohio State University, 6'2", 326, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Was a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine, and he was watched at Ohio State's Pro Day by assistant GM Andy Weidel. I thought that he could be a guy that the Steelers had a, dark horse could pick him in round one. Career accolades for Caden McDonald. He was a national champion 2 years ago with the Buckeyes. Last year, first team All Big Ten, first team AP All-American. 2025 Smith Brown Defensive Lineman of the Year in the Big Ten, and he was a finalist for the Outland Trophy, which is a trophy awarded to the nation's top interior linemen, both offense and defense. McDonald, 65 tackles, 9 TFLs, 3 sacks. Those two things are career highs. 2 forced fumbles and 1 pass defense in 14 games last year. He also had an PFF FBS best among defensive tackles, run defense grade of 91.2. So he is a big run defender that is going to go to one of the strongest defenses already in the NFL. Built very thick and strong with an excellent anchor, consistently wins at the point of attack, has various moves and stunts to gain gap leverage. Even when he gets knocked off balance, he is able to recover. That's how good his balance is. And he has a genuine nose for the football. Sifts through block and attacks the ball carrier and the ball at the same time. Weaknesses, not much as a pocket collapsing threat. Run defender first and foremost, pass rusher second. Does get a little bit eaten up by double teams, but a bunch of guys do. And every once in a while, he will look a step behind due to disinterest with slow power buildup in late hands. DJ Reader, who I believe is a former Houston Texan, he is the pro comp for Caden McDonald, and McDonald is going to Houston. Now, next up on deck, you've got the New York Giants, and they have already had a big start to this draft. 2 picks in round 1. They were able to land Arvell Reese and Francis Mauigoa, arguably the best pass rusher and the best offensive tackle in this draft class. Now they're sitting here with a chance to do even more damage. They got good crop of players on the board. Maybe they can go wide receiver, to give a pass catching compliment to Malik Neighbors, give Jackson Dart a weapon. Maybe they can go interior D lineman like what Caden McDonald was there and fill in the sexy Dexy vacancy. Trying to think. Not sure if they need a corner. I'm sure they could use some defensive back help of some sort. Maybe an Emmanuel McNeil Warren here, one of the excellent corners on the board. Jermod McCoy, Colton Hood, something like that. 9 of you in here. On your way in, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Would appreciate it greatly here. Back to the comment section. Fire Omar and McCarthy. Omar honeymoon period definitely over. Fire Omar and his bald head. Oh yeah, the Omar criticism. It knew it had no limits last night. That is definitely for sure. Pittsburgh setting records for attendance. That's the only thing positive, in Pittsburgh's favor from last night. The city looked immaculately beautiful, and the crowds, they showed up and they were very vocal and into things. Pick is now in for the New York Giants. Also, as we talk about last night a little bit from time to time here tonight, go check out the video. Cropped together the reactions of myself and SES, our dad, last night, seeing the Eagles trade up and the Steelers go with backup offensive tackle for the time being, because I think that's what Hornachur is going to be. Unless, Broderick Jones's neck injury is pretty significant, and, they move Troy Fautanu to left guard or to left tackle, and Hornachur steps in as your day one right tackle. That could be disastrous. Here comes the pick for the G-Men. Let's see if the Giants can piss us off here. Denzel Boston still dropping, but we'll see if that lasts long. Here comes the pick. And we got our first DB of the night, ladies and gentlemen. I thought that the Giants could use some defensive back help, and indeed that is where they went. They took one of the Tennessee corners, but with the very concerning injury right now with Jermod McCoy, he will watch his teammate Colton Hood go off the board. So Colton Hood, I believe I have him in my top 5 for corners in this draft right here. See here, and there he is at number 4, Colton Hood. I did have him behind Avion Terrell and Jermod McCoy, but he is an excellent player. Just under 6 feet tall, 193 pounds. Steelers, I think, were very interested in him. They attended his pro day, and they had a formal meeting with him at the Combine. 2025 third-team All-SEC guy, had 50 tackles last year. That's a career high with 1 forced fumble, 8 pass defenses, and 1 interception. Strengths and weaknesses for Colton Hood. Doesn't get overzealous or out of position in press coverage. He is as cool as a cucumber in that part of the game. He plays well from depth. He reads the receiver's release, and his back pedal is fluid. He keeps up with and recovers on vertical routes down the field and gets his eyes around to find the ball. That is evident by his production there. And he's also physical in the flat. He will stick his face in the fan, per se, and hit running backs like a Mack truck when he wants to. Weaknesses, though, can sometimes get caught watching the quarterback too long. Eyes tend to drift to the backfield. And also his open field technique and range needs to improve a little bit here. Pro comps for Colton Hood. If he turns out to be any sort of one of these 3 pro comps for him, it'll be a A-plus pick for the Giants. Marshawn Lattimore, Carlton Davis, Kamari Lassiter, the 3 players that Colton Hood mirrors. And the pick is now in here for the Las Vegas Raiders, and here comes the selection immediately. It'll be Matt Millen, former Raiders player, who will make this pick right now. Their second pick of the draft here for the Raiders after selecting Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall last night. And we got our first extra long monologue of the night. Okay, here we go. Okay. Thought that, low-key might be a wide receiver pick for the Raiders. There is Elijah Surratt, Indiana receiver, who is good pals with Fernando Mendoza. They instead go defensive back, and it is, ladies and gentlemen, a DB that the Steelers had their eyes set on, and they brought him in as their literal last and final top 30 visit. It is Traden Stukes, the safety and nickel corner out of Arizona. 6'1.5" tall, 190 pounds, 32-inch arms. Was a top 30 visit, like I said, for the Steelers literally a week ago. And he was heavily sought after by at least, damn near a dozen teams. 2025 first team All Pac-12 and third team AP All-American. Last year played in 10 games, but racked up 52 tackles, 24 of those solo, 1 sack, 6 pass defenses, and 4 interceptions. Those stats coming from him splitting time damn near 50-50 between the slot and the box. So he can play everywhere as a chess piece out there for the Raiders defense. Strengths, film junkie that takes the preparedness onto the field. That is good, and coaches will love that. He's fluid, he's loose, he's fast for his size, can flip his hips. and stay in stride really, really well. Ball tracking, catch disruption timing, those are top of the line in this draft class. He can move the way he does at his size is impressive for a nickel. The size and movement he has gives him the upper hand physicality wise against most players he faces. And like I said, super versatile player. Weaknesses though, tackling, a glaring issue right now. Will take bad pursuit angles and doesn't break down enough to make the tackle. Also, will be an old rookie, 24 years old with lots of body mileage. He's got 50 games under his belt, and not all that long ago, had a major ACL injury back in 2024. Still, though, did earn himself a pro comp to one Quinyon Mitchell. So that is going to be a good piece there for the Raiders defense with their second pick of this 2026 NFL draft. To the comment section we go here. Flacco, Concepts here. Not too happy with that. Damn, I like Stukes. Yeah, I like Stukes too. But hey, tons of good defensive backs here in these day 2 ranges. So we'll see here if that is able to, maybe one of those falls to the Steelers. Got Derpy in here. Welcome, Derpy. Browns, ha ha ha. If the Browns did something, going to try not to have picks be spoiled here. I think we did a good job of that last night. I only saw one pick on Twitter that, got tipped to me before it came up on the TV here. That was Peter Woods to the Kansas City Chiefs. So still going to try to react live to everything, both good and bad, on the screen here tonight. Derpy, I met James Harrison. I did see that James Harrison was down there. Good for you, Derpy. That was awesome. Was he intimidating as he seems? Is he, a good dude? Does he seem chill? Like a big, teddy bear that will, rip your head off at a moment's notice if he feels like it? Let me know how that experience and that encounter went, Derpy. Flacco here, negativity all season. Yep. Hope everyone has a great draft night. Stay positive. Being negative is no fun. Kind of hard to take us out of that right now, Concepts, when you let the best receiver in the draft literally slip through your fingers because you thought he was just going to magically fall to you. Sell the farm for Brian Thomas Jr. F these wide receivers that are left. No, I'm not going to, do that. There are still good wide receivers left on the board, ladies and gentlemen. I believe only my top 5 wide receivers went off the board last night. You still got Denzel Boston, which who knows how long he's going to hang around. Jeremy Bernard, I'm very high on. I pick, if I had to go through the list of wide receivers before the draft and say, hey, these guys would be perfect fits for the Steelers, Jeremy Bernard would be in my top 5, maybe even my top 3 here. Here comes the selection for the Cleveland Browns. And making this pick for the Browns, it is a former Steeler and a former Brown corner, Joe Hayden. Here we go. Oh my God, this draft keeps on getting better and better. I gotta tell you, this draft, woohoo! It keeps getting better and better. Not only do the Browns get Spencer Fano, it is a F the Steelers draft for the Browns, and they're 3 picks in. They take Spencer Fano, who the Steelers had in for a top 30 visit. They take Casey Concepcion, who is one of my favorite wide receivers in the class. And now they do kind of what they did last year at the quarterback position. They took a wide receiver last night in Concepcion. I didn't know if they were going to take another. They had Denzel Boston, who was probably the Steelers and Mike McCarthy's favorite wide receiver in this whole draft class. McCarthy loves his big wide receivers. I think if it wasn't going to be Mekhi Lemon, Boston would probably be second on their rankings. And now they get to play him 2 times a year in addition to Casey Concepcion. So the Browns getting 2 of the top 6 wide receivers in this draft class. This is an outstanding 2026 draft. You now look at their weapons here for the Browns. I mean, quarterback, is it going to be Watson or Shadur? Who knows? Quinshon Judkins in the backfield. And then they've got tight end Harold Fannin. Their wide receivers, Boston Concepcion and Jerry Jeudy. Already immediately the pick is in, and they are going to announce the pick here for the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's see what the Chiefs are going to do now. Pretty much the only guy that I truly would be head over heels for tonight left on the wide receiver board is Jeremy Bernard. We'll see if the Steelers are able to make a move up here soon, but Omar Khan's probably sitting in a corner somewhere. Here comes the pick for the Chiefs. Okay, the Chiefs, they are attacking defense heavily in this draft, and it is their second pick for the defensive line. They added Mansour Delane, who they traded up for at number 6 last night. They then took Peter Woods back into the first round, and their first pick tonight for the Chiefs is another defensive lineman, a defensive end, R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. Back here real quick to the pick before that, the Browns getting Denzel Boston, which I am absolutely thrilled, if you cannot tell, for that pick. 6'3.5", big dude, touching 6'4", 212. Was a formal meeting with the Steelers and a top 30 visit at the Combine and their facility. He was a third-team All-Big Ten player last year, had 881 receiving yards, 62 receptions, and 11 receiving touchdowns. All of those led the Washington Huskies last year. A true X with his 6'4" frame. He's got a massive catch radius and is a hell of a red zone threat. He does have the capability to play all around, but we will see if he gets utilized in that way in the NFL. I thought, Boston coming in, even though I wouldn't necessarily like the Steelers just having an all tall as hell wide receiver room, I would have liked to have seen, Boston learn from Pittman and Metcalf, two other big wide receivers. Acceleration is good, has excellent ball tracking skills, big hands to clamp the ball, angry yard after the catch runner as well. His weakness is needs to diversify and evolve his release off the line of scrimmage. On-field speed is good, but not to be confused with great. Routes do lose steam shortly after a sharp break, and his production dipped against higher-level opponents last year, like Ohio State and Oregon. Puka Nacua, Cortland Sutton, Cedric Tillman, the pro comps for Denzel Boston. I bet you each and every one of us would have liked to have had a player like that. And here comes the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. I think I know where they're going to go with this pick, and it'll piss me off. Okay. I will tolerate that. I will tolerate that. The Bengals making their first pick of the NFL draft a moment ago. I thought they were 100% locked in on Jacob Rodriguez, my favorite middle linebacker from Texas Tech, but they instead go with Cassius Howe, a outside linebacker, edge rusher from Texas A&M, still top 5 at his position, but not the guy that I was going to expect the Bengals to go with right now. I'll go with R. Mason Thomas real quick, back here to the Kansas City Chiefs pick. R. Mason Thomas. I believe I have him. Where is he here? He's in my outside linebacker category. I have him as my 6th best outside linebacker / edge rusher in this draft class. 6'2", 241 pounds. Was a first-team All-SEC guy last year. Made 26 tackles, 9.5 tackles for loss, 6.5 tackles, and 2 forced fumbles in 10 games last year for the Sooners. He one of the quickest and most explosive first-step rushers in the league, or in this class, I should say. Outstanding bend around the edge, naturally good pad level, shows no fatigue as the game goes along. Pro comps for him, D. Ford and Nick Herbig has also been a comp for R. Mason Thomas. We'll get to Cassius Howe, the Bengals pick, here in a second. We'll try to catch up as fast as we can. The New Orleans Saints, they were just on the clock. Their pick is in, and they're going to announce it now. Let's see what the Saints do after they took Jordan Tyson last night at the wide receiver position. And there goes another D tackle. It is Kristen Miller from Georgia. Doesn't need to travel too far from Athens to Baton Rouge. Miller, lots of people were high on him. He flew up draft boards as this pre-draft process went on, but I still got some other guys above him here. I'll get to Miller in a second. Back to Cassius Howe. He a defensive end or a edge rusher slash outside linebacker. I had him behind David Bailey and Arvell Reese as my third best edge rusher in this draft class. And I had Ruben Bain, slotted as a defensive end. That was, my process behind this. 6'2.5", 253 pounds for Cassius Howe. Was a 2025 first team All-SEC, SEC Defensive Player of the Year, first team AP All-American, and was a finalist for the Bronco Nagurski Award, Chuck Bednarik Award, and Lombardi Award for the nation's top lineman and top defender. 31 tackles last year in 13 games. Also racked up 41 quarterback pressures per PFF, and he had 11 and a half sacks. The last player, ladies and gentlemen, to rack up 11 and a half sacks in a single season at Texas A&M, Myles Garrett. And now Cassius Howe gets to come to the AFC North and play for the Bengals in the same state as that former Texas A&M player. Garrett also had 1 forced fumble and 6 pass defenses in 2025. Howe, his strengths: certified playmaker in the backfield, will shoot gaps and beat offensive tackles before they can get set. Bend off the edge is elite. He has a high pass rush IQ that keeps him out of trouble, uses his spacing well, can have offensive linemen looking dizzy with his spin move, and his change of direction is very, very fluid. Weaknesses, though: short arms, even shorter than Ruben Bain. And Bain last night became the first-round edge rusher with the shortest arms in NFL history. His frame is kind of mirrors his arm. He can get out-powered, drops his eyes into first contact, and his pass rush tempo is always upbeat. His pro comps, though: 2 solid NFLers, Will McDonald and BJ Ojulari, there for Mr. Cassius Howe. The pick for the Miami Dolphins is up. They do not have that pick in quite yet, as the TV over here to my right is on commercial. Back to Kristen Miller real quick, catching up on that defensive tackle selection. Kristen Miller, I have him as my 9th best D tackle in this class. He is 6'4", 321, had tons of top 30 visits. Tons of teams were interested in him, including the Saints, I believe. No, he wasn't a top 30 visit for the Saints. Might have been a local guy. I don't know. 11 games played last year, 23 tackles, 1.5 sacks. Strengths: he majors in run defense, as a nasty guy, tough to, get moved. Hips and hands explode in the contact, and he is very good moving down the line laterally to pursue the ball carrier. Weaknesses, though: even with his run defense tools, his pass rushing skills and production are behind, and he's just, average in anticipating which gap the running back will hit. Mozzie Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, maybe not for long, is still his pro comp there. Back here to the comments section. Tor here. Welcome, Tor. Back again. We need to draft young, healthy safety for depth and go for a wide receiver. Could see both of those here tonight. I think you're going to see a wide receiver and a defensive back of some sort tonight with the Steelers if they, utilize all 4 of their picks and, don't make a trade. And we passed on Omar Cooper Jr. Yeah, that pissed me off even more. That would have gotten the Steelers in less hot water if they would have taken Omar Cooper Jr. rather than Mekhi Lemon, because they could have gone with, Omar, we like him. We see him similarly to Mekhi Lemon. We got, his old wide receiver coach here and Frank Ziggetti Jr. and all that, but nope, nothing. Need a tackle with Broderick injured, sadly. I am bored with the first-round tackles, but I understand the love, the pick. Check him out. I know. I checked him out, and he is an elite athlete. Just I worry about the instincts and knowledge of the game being behind. All right, Ian Rappaport, anytime he pops up on my screen, I'm going to, pause what I'm saying and see what he is talking about. I think he was just talking about there. It's going to be a longer wait tonight for Drew Aller and Carson Beck. So the two quarterbacks who could go tonight, pretty much the only two that can go tonight, maybe Garrett Nussmeier too, which, the Steelers take him. I would be intrigued, but not, all that hopeful about it. The quarterbacks might be waiting tonight, according to Mr. Ian Rappaport right there. Mackay was like Vega for me. I like them at 21, but not big on them. I have to give up a third to get. Not being a hater. Also, not talking about anybody directly. Way too much hate around the Berg. I think, people got their hopes up all draft night long, and then the anvil gets dropped on them at the end. That's why everybody's, reacting the way they are. Here comes the pick for the Dolphins. All right. I don't like the pick, but at least he's not going to a AFC North team. And honestly, I'm interested to see how this guy looks in teal and orange, because he just seems like a guy that needed to go to a grittier, football team. Jacob Rodriguez, ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite linebackers in this draft class, off-ball linebacker, that is. He is going to the Miami Dolphins. I absolutely love this pick. At least he's not, going to be haunting the Steelers too much in his career. Had it not been for the absolute freak of nature known as Sonny Styles, Jacob Rodriguez would have by far and away be my top linebacker in this draft class. 6'1 and a half, 231, not the biggest linebacker, but I mean, just listen to his resume here. He is a two-time first team All Big 12 guy, first team AP All-American in 2025, 2025 Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He won the Butkus Award, the Bronco Nagurski Trophy, the Lombardi Award, and the Bednarik Award for Nation's top linebacker, top FBS defender, top lineman, and top defender in college football altogether. The only trophies that I don't think he won were the Walter Camp Award and the Law Impact Trophy. He was also top 5 in the Heisman voting. That tells you how good he is. And we have a trade alert, ladies and gentlemen. I did not hit this for the, the Raiders pick a moment ago, but we got a trade alert. The Detroit Lions have moved up. They are now on the clock. The Lions are moving up to pick 44. They are sending pick 50 and a fourth-round pick 128, to the New York Jets. Here comes the pick for the Lions. Here's the Lions selection. Calvin Johnson, legendary NFL wide receiver, making the selection here. Okay, they go with an edge rusher, ladies and gentlemen, and they not only get a pass rush compliment to Aiden Hutchinson, they get him one of his old friends from Ann Arbor, Derek Moore, the edge rusher from Michigan, to the Detroit Lions at pick 44. I wonder if they were tipped off that somebody was going to take him or not. Back here to Jacob Rodriguez, finishing up his profile real quick. 128 tackles in 14 games last year. That is insane. He led college football with 7 forced fumbles, had 1 sack. He is the only, and also 4 interceptions for Jacob Rodriguez. He is the only FBS player, Rodriguez is, since 2005 to have 7+ forced fumbles and 4 or more interceptions in a single season. Strengths, not a knock your socks off athlete, but he is just a hell of a football player. the full package at linebacker aside from the body. He embodies see-ball, hit ball, excellent lateral movement. Hands are highly active in getting off blocks. Never drops back meaninglessly into pass coverage, and he is a true field general that will command that defense for the Miami Dolphins. Shorter arms, though, will get caught a few times overrunning his pursuit angles, and he needs to continue killing it at middle linebacker because he doesn't have all that expansive of a special teams resume there for Rodriguez. Carson Schwessinger and Blake Cashman, the pro comps for Jacob Rodriguez. And then back a moment ago here to Derek Moore from the Michigan Wolverines. He is going to the Detroit Lions, who traded up at pick number 44. Derek Moore here. Look at his profile: 6'4", 255 pounds, 33.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. He is an excellent athlete. Is Derek Moore? Looking at his award catalog right here. Last year was a first-team All Big Ten edge rusher. Before that, an All Big Ten honorable mention in 2024. 12 games last year, 30 tackles, 3 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles. Led the Wolverines with 10.5 tackles for loss. Good size and length as a rusher. Gets downhill quickly, has good hand strikes, capable of holding his ground. Eats up quarterbacks when crashing down. He doesn't let them get free. And his only weakness is he will ride blocks a little bit too long, and occasionally the energy will drop against defenders. But Yaya Diaby is his pro comp. That is a good edge rusher compliment to Aiden Hutchinson. I think he is going to have a ton of chemistry up there, and he will be, continuing to improve as an edge rusher here. Baltimore Ravens, their pick is in, ladies and gentlemen, here at pick 45, and let's see if they can piss us off. They already got Venga. I'll crash out internally, but I'm not going to, show it all that much. I want Jeremy Bernard at this point, but it feels like wanting something from the Steelers, wanting them to do something like pulling teeth out of a kid's mouth right now. It's super hard. So let's see how the Ravens piss us off. Their pick is in. Here to the comments section. Flacco here saying there's no need to trade up. At least show that you have a pulse of life. I mean, at this point, you're sitting there at pick 52. Are you going to make all 12 draft picks? I mean, and if you're going to trade up, when? Are you going to trade up in the 5th round for a project dude who is, going to be a 3-year special teamer, and then maybe he gets some playing time? Like, your time for action is closing quickly here. Don't hoard all these picks and then, mindlessly lose, brainless use them later in the draft. It will make no sense then. Concepts here agreed. Just thinking out loud to myself that teams have to want to trade back. I want to trade up, but teams not wanting to trade back. Yep. Looking here. Omar is more of a numbers guy, not a player evaluator guy. Yeah, he is screwing the pooch right now. I mean, really showing that he doesn't have all that much of a anticipation for what teams are going to do in the football sense. No idea how they let that happen last night still. Flacco doesn't want the Ravens to take a wide receiver like this. Please note Skylar Bell. Skylar Bell would be a nice pickup for the Steelers. Steelers had him in for a top 30 visit, but I want Jeremy Bernard right now. I'd be more pissed if the Ravens took him. They take any sort of, pass-catching weapon. They already got Venga. They can probably, get another guy to pair with, Zay Flowers. Ted Hurst could be an interesting guy for him right now. He has flown up draft boards. He's a big target. Maybe a Chris Brazzell, too, from Tennessee. Trying to think of the bigger guys to complement Zay Flowers. Here comes the pick, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got a looks like Mark Ingram running back formerly of the Ravens, coming out there with girls' flag football teams. Oh, Mark Ingram's calling out the fans. Honestly, would not be shocked if Pittsburgh fans find him in, an alley somewhere. Here comes the Ravens selection, but he's going to talk up the girls' flag football team now. Here we go. Here comes the selection finally. I know he's still talking here. We're going to be taking a while here to get to this pick. I'm a UConn guy. I have to root for Skyway. He is good. He made Joe Finano, their quarterback, look outstanding there, Flocka. Definitely did. Here we go. Okay, they do not go wide receiver, do the Ravens. They go with an edge rusher, a linebacker, edge rusher hybrid. And it's a guy, again, that is pretty high on my draft boards. So still not a pick that I am all that thrilled with for the Baltimore Ravens. They go to Mizzou, University of Missouri, and they wind up taking Zion Young, who I have as my third best defensive end in this draft class, even ahead of TJ Parker, who went earlier tonight. He is right behind Keldrick Falcon, Reuben Bain Jr., who went last night. Zion Young, 22 years old, big dude, 6'6", 262, 33-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. He first team All SEC guy last year. He also won Senior Bowl defensive MVP. Did Zion Young. 13 games played last year, had 42 total tackles. He's had 40 or more tackles in each of the last two seasons. He set a career high in tackles for loss at 16.5, and in sacks, a career high at 6.5, 2 forced fumbles as well. He had 31 tackles that resulted in a defensive stop and 56 total pressures in 2025 there for Zion Young. That is first among draft-eligible SEC defensive ends. Looking at the strengths and weaknesses here for Zion Young as the pick is in, and it is about to come up here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Flacco country. Looks like Rondé Barber, good buddies with Mike Tomlin, is doing the draft pick here for the Bucs. Steelers now within eye range. Got, I think, 7 picks left until them, including this one. Uh-oh. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select. Okay, so he just said this pick is going to make some Philadelphia Eagles fans a little salty. They go with a Mizzou player of their own, Josiah Trotter, former or son of the Trotter that played for the Eagles. Josiah Trotter and Zion Young, 2 players from Missouri on defense, go in back-to-back picks. He is in my linebacker category. I'll get to him here in a second. Wrapping up, though, really quickly on Zion Young, who went to the Ravens. Pros and weaknesses. Hypothetical, prototypical build for an edge rusher. Excellent length, violent hands, nastiness he plays with. It's got a hell of a motor, too. He uses... Hang on. Showing Steelers fans, does that mean we have a trade-up? Oh, my God. The Steelers have traded up, ladies and gentlemen. Steelers have traded up. They showed the crowd. We have a trade alert. The Steelers are on the board, boys. They traded up, finally. And let's see who we get. Omar Khan is awake. Does he have his brain with him today? We'll have to wait and see. They moved up from 52 to 47. They moved up 5 spots. And I can't remember who was right behind them. I think it was the Atlanta Falcons, maybe? No, the Atlanta Falcons are behind us now. Which team did we just trade up with? I will look at that here in a second when we see the trade graphic pop up here. Pick is in for the Steelers. Please, Jeremy Bernard, or at least someone I can tolerate. Please. Come on. Come on, please. Let's see which of the Steelers alumnus and also Joey Porter Jr. who's going to make this pick here. No spoiling in the comment section here. Jeremy Bernard, you can compensate and reclaim some good faith if you're able to land Jeremy Bernard, please. And here we go. The selection is coming, ladies and gents. Oh, boy. Here we go. It is John Stallworth making the pick. Let's go! Let's go! Damn right! Jeremy Bernard! Damn it! I hate that we missed out on Mekhi Lemon. And now we missed out on those top 6 wide receivers in this draft class. But Jeremy Bernard, he is a guy that in the Steelers Rolodex of people in this draft class, wide receivers in this draft class that just ooze Pittsburgh Steeler. Jeremy Bernard is one of them. Hell yeah. I will take that. Jeremy Bernard of the Pittsburgh Steelers, ladies and gentlemen. They moved up and got my guy. I am all about that. Roll Tide. Roll. I'll give a Roll Tide here. Hell yeah. Took him long enough. Holy hell indeed. Jeremy Bernard, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't get Mekhi Lemon, but if you want the next closest thing in this draft class to Mekhi Lemon, it is Jeremy Bernard, and maybe he might not be as big of a downgrade as what I maybe make it out to be. You're looking at his highlight reel right now for Jeremy Bernard. He is a Swiss Army knife on offense, fearless middle of the field worker, catches everything that throws to him. Omar Khan actually making a good pick. You got Art Rooney the second there as well. No? Okay, there's Big Mike. I was wondering where Mike McCarthy was. He was all the way off the screen to the right. They're shaking hands and dapping up Adam Henry there in that wide receiver room, the new wide receivers coach. I will take that. Let's go. And now your updated puzzle on offense for the Steelers offensively, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard, Mason Rudolph, a draft pick, whoever, they're going to be throwing the ball to a solid wide receiver trio of DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., and Jeremy Bernard. I will take that. A lighter version of what I mean by that, L-I-T, a Mekhi Lemon light there for the Steelers at pick 47. They move up 5 spots to get their guy, Jeremy Bernard. They hopped in front of the Falcons, Vikings, Jets, Panthers, and Packers, I believe. I think they traded back. They might have traded back with the Packers or the Colts. I will take that. Hell yeah. Jeremy Bernard. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this pick. I'm going to pop up that selection right now on the screen so you guys see who it is. The Pittsburgh Steelers. They go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and they get Jeremy Bernard, one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft class. I'm going to skip over Josiah Trotter. No offense to the linebacker in his breakdown here. Jeremy Bernard. He is my 7th best wide receiver in this draft class. He is just very, very narrowly outside of that top tier wide receiver group of Lemon, Tate, Tyson, Boston, Concepcion, and Cooper. He is just on the outside of that upper tier level of wide receivers. The measurables here for Jeremy Bernard. 22 years old, 6'1", 206 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands. At the combine, he ran a 4.48 40 and a 1.52 10-yard split. His broad jump 10 feet, 32.5-inch vertical. So he didn't test, outstanding. And people are going to say what they say about the arm length there. Was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on the 13th of this month. And looking here, the Steelers indeed did jump in front of the Falcons. And that is the only team. Bernard had 4 top 30 visits. It was the Steelers, Browns, Raiders, and Falcons. So they must have had an idea that the Falcons were going to go after Bernard. I wish they would have had that sense last night with Mekhi Lemon, and they jump in front of them and get their guy right there. Bernard last year for the Crimson Tide with Ty Simpson, who went last night throwing him the ball. 14 games played for Bernard, had 335 pass snaps lined out wide, but he can play the slot, 186 slot snaps. So he is probably going to start there to begin his career. I'm sure he and Michael Pittman Jr., they'll probably flip-flop in and out between the slot and out wide. 64 receptions last year for Jeremy Bernard. That led Alabama. He also is a 2-time team leader in receptions the last 2 seasons. 862 receiving yards, 7 receiving touchdowns. Versatile to where you can maybe give him a couple of handoffs out of the backfield or on jet sweeps. He's got 18 rushes, 101 rushing touchdowns, or 101 rushing yards last year, and 2 rushing touchdowns. And I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to celebrate something else real quick. I normally do not pause my breakdowns for something not football tonight, but I got to hit this real quick. Currently watching the Pittsburgh Pirates game down here on a small screen just off of camera here. Connor Griffin, ladies and gentlemen, just hit his first career major league home run. I'm seeing the replay now. Hit a 93-mile-an-hour fastball middle to right center field, and it went right into the Pirates bullpen, so he is going to get that ball back. Congratulations to Connor Griffin, the top prospect in all of baseball. Gets his first big league homer. Here's the selection for the Atlanta Falcons, who the Steelers just jumped. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta Falcons, they just made a pretty obvious pick. I'm not sure if they were going to still make this pick if Jeremy Bernard was still on the board, but this is a feel-good moment. Avion Terrell, corner from Clemson, the brother of A.J. Terrell, who is an excellent Pro Bowl corner for the Falcons. The brothers reuniting in Atlanta, Georgia. Good for that family and good for Avion Terrell, my second top corner in this class. Wrapping up here on Jeremy Bernard, his pros and cons and his pro comps here for Mr. Bernard. His biggest strengths, alignment versatility, of course, is a double plus. He can work outside in the slot, even out of the backfield, and look damn good, or at least not out of place at all of those spots. His route running is squeaky clean and polished. One of the better route runners in this draft class. That is something that the Steelers so desperately needed for a good while now. Pittman will be able to help with that, but Bernard will make us a more threatening team when it comes to pure route running. He runs with various tempos and drops his hips at the top of breaks, at the top of the route and on breaks. Has ownership stake in the middle of the field. He strides smoothly to that area at top speed without fear. So middle of the field worker for the Steelers. I will take that all day long. His sideline footwork, body control, and focus for the football is NFL caliber. He's already toe tapping. He makes sure that he can complete the catch process, and he is a tenacious, tough SOB who works hard in every single situation. He stays upright, keeps his feet moving through contact, and fights like a dog when blocking. So that is outstanding pick there for Jeremy Bernard. His only smaller weaknesses right now for Jeremy Bernard, he does get swallowed up a little bit by press coverage at the line, hand fighting. He will usually come out on the lesser side of those encounters. Doesn't possess scorching top-end speed and vertical speed up the middle to take the tops off of defenses. I think Michael Pittman Jr. can help him learn a thing or two there. Contested catches, those results have been a little bit disappointing. I wonder if that's, arm length coming into that. And on a similar note, drops have happened occasionally when working in tight windows over the middle of the field, but I think those are, could be diagnosed down to focus drops more than anything. And how about this, ladies and gentlemen? Last night, reason why I wanted Mekhi Lemon was to fill this role for the Steelers as a worker, of the middle of the field, a guy who's going to be a dog in the block in the run block game and be a threat after the catch. Jeremy Bernard, I say he is not too much of a decrease from Mekhi Lemon because Mekhi Lemon, his pro comp was Amon-Ra St. Brown. For Jeremy Bernard, his pro comp is Jackson Smith-Njigba when he came out of the draft in 2023. Also, comps perfectly, I think, to a guy who came out in last year's draft that Steelers fans wanted at wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka, and also a former Steeler, but when he was at the height of his powers, he was a pretty good wide receiver as well. Robert Woods is also a guy that you can comp Jeremy Bernard to. I am absolutely cloud nine with that pick. It doesn't 100%, not even close, make up for what happened last night, but it is a good start here to saving face a little bit with a strong night two for the Steelers this evening. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. They just made a selection. And I think some of these upper echelon players who did not go in round one last night, they are now starting to come off the board. You had Avion Terrell a moment ago, brother of A.J. Terrell, go to the Atlanta Falcons. In the Carolina Panthers, Jay just went with Lee Hunter, who I think is my second or third top defensive tackle in this draft class. So good job for Lee Hunter. He's going to go there and help out the Panthers defense. Real quick, going to quickly brush through the player comps for Terrell and Hunter, and then I will get to your comments. Again, Avion Terrell, he was my second corner in this draft class, 5'11", 186. Brother of A.J. Terrell, of course. He did have a formal meeting with the Steelers at the NFL Combine. 2025 first-team All-ACC, third-team AP All-American. Had 48 tackles, 4.5 TFLs, 3 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, and 9 pass breakups in 12 games last year as an outside corner. He is nearly a perfect blend of size and athleticism for the position. Runs 4.4 speed. He's got smooth hips and quick acceleration. Dog mentality on the field, wants to take on the team's top receivers every single night. Underrated run defender as well. Massive disadvantage on contested catches due to his size. He's more reactive and proactive as a corner. And his arm and ankle, he will arm and ankle tackle too much, which could be, get broken by bigger NFL running backs. Jalen Petrie is the comp for Mr. Avion Terrell. And then back here to the defensive tackles, Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech, another outstanding member of that 2025 Texas Tech defense. Hunter, 6'3.5" as a D tackle, third on my board, 318 pounds. He is a 2025 first-team All-Big 12 guy, third-team AP All-American, 14 games played last year for Hunter, 41 tackles, 11 TFLs. He has had 9 tackles for loss in each of his last 3 seasons. So, he's going to get to the backfield and stop the run. 2.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble in 2025 as well. Broad and powerful base for Lee Hunter with a massive wingspan. Stays low when firing out of his stance to keep his pad level down and get leverage. Hands are violent, and he anchors like a rock. Has good lateral movement and shedding capabilities off of his bull rush to get to the backfield and wreak havoc and also blow up runs. He will sometimes rely on his size and strength over technique a little bit too much on double teams, and his effort varies throughout the game. He doesn't go 100% every single snap, so those are his only weaknesses. Jonathan Hankins and Kenny Clark, those are the body comps to Mr. Lee Hunter. Also Fedarian Mathis of the, I believe, still Washington Commanders. That is another pick, I should say, comp to Lee Hunter. Back here to the comment section, you guys in there, we got our wide receiver. He's better than Roman Wilson by far. Yeah, Jeremy Bernard, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's Pittsburgh news. Happy for the kid. Yeah, Happy for Connor Griffin, who hit his first career major league home run. I feel like with Connor Griffin here, sidetracking into baseball, since he got called up, he was trying so hard, I believe, to hit his first home run. I'm hoping now it's, just, hey, you got the first one out of the way. It's off your mind. Now, hopefully, it's like the floodgates opening. The dam's breaking here, and he's going to start crushing the ball all over the yard like he has the potential to do. Concepts here. Love the Bernard pick. Good size, strong hands catcher. Like his contact balance, too. All around good pick. Yeah, he's not, the most flashiest wide receiver in the draft class, but he is a guy that can do a little bit of everything and do it at an above average level. I love, the two things most. He fights through contact. He is a dog in the run block game, very physical guy, and he works the middle of the field. That is something that the Steelers needed. Like I need oxygen because I'm talking a whole hell of a lot right now. Pick is in for the New York Jets right now. The Jets were by far winners in last night's first round of the draft, making 3 picks, getting David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. Another comment here from THP. Welcome, THP. I was scared to come in as a Cowboys fan. That was brutal last night for you guys. Yeah, screw you guys, THP. Not you specifically, but Jerry Jones, that old senile asshole. He, screwed over the Steelers, and he also screwed over himself. I don't mean to be this way, but you guys, yeah, you got one up on us. Good job, Jerry. I'm hoping that you're happy. Mekhi Lemon's now going to torture you and your secondary for the next half decade at least, maybe even a decade if he gets a second contract there with the Eagles. Here's the pick for the Jets. Looks like this is maybe going to be defense. Let's see here. Wow, they just keep on rolling. These New York Jets, let me tell you, they just keep on rolling right along with these high-profile players that are top 5, at least top 10 in their position. Last night, they get arguably the best edge rusher in the draft, David Bailey. They get the best tight end in the draft, Kenyon Sadiq. They get one of the top 5 wide receivers in the draft, Omar Cooper Jr., and now they get a top 10, maybe even top 5 corner in the draft class. They go to the state of Indiana and get D'Angelo Pons. Here to this corner rankings that I have here. D'Angelo Pons, I have his work right here. He is my number 5 corner on the outside. Could transition into slot in the NFL, but at 5'8" and a half inches, he is an pure outside corner right now. 182 pounds. He had a 29-inch vertical, or excuse me, his arms, were 29 and a half inch. His arms, 29 and a half inches, hands 9.5 inches. At the combine, D'Angelo Pons, he jumped a 43.5-inch vertical, which is 9th best by a defensive back since 2003 at the combine. So he has got explosive athleticism. Pons here, one of those guys from James Madison who followed Kurt Signetti from JMU to Indiana. And last year with the Hoosiers, he a second-team AP All-American, first-team All-Big Ten, a national champion, a Rose Bowl and Peach Bowl defensive MVP to his career accolades. His strengths and weaknesses: majors in zone coverage, has eagle-eye vision on the quarterback and makes the appropriate play at the right time. Track speed allows him to keep up vertically with wide receivers on vertical routes. He is very physical and plays bigger than his size, which is, a good thing to have. Special teams ace, too, had 2 blocked punts and returned them both for touchdowns while being able to return kicks as well. Weaknesses, though, for D'Angelo Pons, despite his lower body explosion, big NFL receivers will dominate him at the catch point, and he does feel like he'd be better than in the slot, but there's one big problem. He rarely played slot in college. Pro comps to Mr. D'Angelo Pons, Mike Sanderstill and Jahdae Barron, 2 guys who I think went in the draft a year or 2 ago here. To the Minnesota Vikings now, ladies and gentlemen, pick 51. They are about to make their selection. Okay, it was Brian O'Neill, ladies and gentlemen, the former University of Pittsburgh offensive tackle, currently right tackle of the Minnesota Vikings, making that pick. And they get one of the better off-ball linebackers in the draft class. It is Jake Golday from Cincinnati, who is the pick for the Vikes. Golday is going to go there and, I believe, fill in for Eric Kendricks. I think he's still there. Ivan Pace Jr., I think, is up there as well. To Jake Golday here real quick. Golday from Cincinnati. I have him in my top 10 for linebacker. Let me see where exactly I have him here. He is Golday, my 6th linebacker, off-ball linebacker in this draft class. 23 years old, good size, 6'4.5", 239 pounds. Was a first-team All-Big 12 guy in 2025. 12 games last year, 38 solo tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss. He's had 5.5 tackles for loss at least in each of his 4 college football seasons. He is a he had 1 forced fumble and 3 pass defenses. His strengths and weaknesses here for Golday: overall, highly impressive athlete with his size and testing at the combine. Rock steady run defender, ambushes blocks with heavy hands, and climbs to make tackles in the backfield. Does have a background as a defensive end. He has good power to stop the ball carrier in their tracks, wraps them up well too. And he's got good enough speed and mobility to cover sideline to sideline. Weaknesses, though, for Golday: average to below average quickness and diagnosing the play coming his way. Doesn't have the timely downhill burst yet to beat block schemes with his speed. And he's not all that elusive or effective as a pass rusher, probably why he got transitioned from defensive end back to off-ball linebacker. 2 comps for him: Chad Muma, who I believe is with the New England Patriots, and a current Steeler, who I think we're all wondering why he still is a Steeler. Malik Harrison is a pro comp for one Jake Golday. So there's one of the linebackers off the ball. Even with Golday now gone and Jacob Rodriguez getting taken as well, I still have 3 of my top 5 off-ball linebackers left on the board if the Steelers want to attack that position here tonight. C.J. Allen from Georgia, Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas, and from my University of Pittsburgh, Kyle Lewis. They are still on the board as off-ball linebackers if the Steelers want to go that route at some point tonight. Here to the comment section, that IU guy is pretty physical. Yeah, I mean, he's what's the old Mike Tomlin saying? He's short. He's not small. He's short in height, but he is a junkyard dog out there on the field. He produces and hits hard. The Jets got a good one. They are killing the draft so far. The Jets, guess you can make an argument both New York teams are doing that. Made a lot of plays. You guys didn't do it. You didn't do it, buddy. THP, you're good here when I field defeat. LOL. Yeah, you're good, THP. Do not mean any of that, animosity towards the Cowboys directed at you personally here. Just Jerry Jones, he cuts off his nose to spite his face with that move. Makes the trade with the Baltimore Ravens of his division and all that in order to just spite and screw over Mike McCarthy. Hope it was worth it for Yins in the long haul here. Going to go to Twitter here, get some reactions to the Jeremy Bernard pick. I personally love it. The trade details: the Steelers, they traded back with the Indianapolis Colts. The Green Bay Packers, their pick is in, and then it'll be the Colts who traded back with us here. I love this piece of business here for Omar Khan. He didn't break the bank and trade any of our third-round picks in this move up to go get Jeremy Bernard. The Colts traded picks 47 and pick 249 in the 7th round to the Steelers. The Steelers, they sent pick 53, our 2nd-round pick, along with, I believe, the 2nd of our 4th-round picks, pick 135, and also pick 237, the last of our what was 3 7th-round picks. So I like that. You didn't burn any of your 3rd-round picks to move up and go get Jeremy Bernard. Here's the selection for the Green Bay Packers. Mr. McCarthy's old team. John Kuhn, Western Pennsylvania, born and raised, making the pick here. Not sure if me putting my hand over the mic, helps at all block out the TV noise. I don't think it's picking it up. Let me know if you guys hear in the slightest the TV in the background. Don't want to get in trouble. And the Giants, the Packers, they go defensive back now. They go to the corner position, and I believe they got the 10th out of my top 10. Or no, I have him a little bit higher, actually. They go with the 8th best corner on my board. It is Brandon Cisse from South Carolina. And Cisse, 20 years old, young, 6 foot tall, 189 pounds. He last year with the Gamecocks played in 12 games, 27 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 1 forced fumble. So he does make some noise in the backfield. Have had 5 pass defenses. That is 5 in each of the last 2 seasons, and 1 interception. His strengths: he is a super athletic corner that can do almost anything. Shows great patience and agility and speed. Able to play various coverages as an outside corner. His length and strength that he possesses is phenomenal in press coverage. 4.4 speed, shows up on the field. Ran a, I believe here, 4.4 flat 40, and run support is on par with that of a safety. So he is a all-around good safety. Weaknesses: as good as he is in press coverage, zone is a little bit behind. He does bite on route fakes and double moves a good bit, and his ball tracking production downfield needs some fine-tuning. Ronald Darby is the pro comp for Brandon Cisse. And here is Pat McAfee, ladies and gentlemen. Plum native, born and raised. He goes, he's a big, fan because he played for the Indianapolis Colts, but Mr. McAfee, definitely Pittsburgh through and through here. And he's gonna hype up the city of Pittsburgh here. Pump my tires a little bit, Pat. I'll do it. He's saying that Sauce Gardner, who they traded their first with for, is better than all their first round picks. Holy hell, he's bringing up Jim Irsay, who died. Someone's got to get the old sheep hook here on Pat. All right, now he's finally getting to the pick here. Here we go. Okay. All right. So they go linebacker to replace Zaire Franklin, who they dealt to the Green Bay Packers, and they replace Zaire Franklin with C.J. Allen, who I just mentioned is still in the top 5 as my favorite linebackers, off-ball linebackers that it is in this draft class. C.J. Allen from the University of Georgia goes to Indianapolis. Allen here, my number 3 off-ball linebacker in this class, 6'1", 230 pounds, 21 years old. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine. Steelers, I were a little surprised they didn't bring him in for a top 30 visit. Steelers did attend the UGA Pro Day, so I wonder if they showed legitimate interest in him. 2025 first team All-SEC, first team AP All-American, and Butkus Award finalist, as well as a Law Impact Trophy finalist for C.J. Allen in 2025. 13 games last year. He racked up 88 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 4 pass defenses. Strengths for Mr. Allen, outstanding run stuffer, flies downhill, very decisive, fills the proper gaps, meets the running back in the hole before blocks can get set up. Not a player who loses leverage often. He is very, very low in his posture. Is a good, as good as they come as a blitzing middle linebacker. Has great burst off the snap and times up his rush as well. Shows perfect tackling technique. Like I said, body control is good. Awareness is good as well to recognize where the ball is going to go in the passing game. Weaknesses, hips are kind of stiff. Transition footwork is average, and giant offensive linemen will handle him pretty well. Zaire Franklin, who he is replacing, is one of his pro comps, as is Patrick Queen. And here comes the Philadelphia Eagles, and I am going to lean this way, and you can probably guess which finger I am using for this Eagles pick, as they stole Mekhi Lemon from us. Here's the selection. Wow, they went tight end. All right, so the Eagles go tight end, the second tight end off the board behind Kenyon Sadiq. They go to Tennessee Vanderbilt. It is Eli Stowers, the quarterback turned tight end in this tight end class. Let me go here to Eli Stowers. He is my, I believe, third tight end. I have Max Clare from Ohio State just ahead of him. Stowers, 23 years old, 6'4", 239. Stowers here, he is a 2025 first team All SEC, AP All American, John Mackey Award winner for Nation's Top Tight End, and William V. Campbell Trophy winner for the academic Heisman. So they get a guy who was arguably, aside from Kenyon Sadiq, the best tight end, legit tight end in this class, and he is a smart guy too. 12 games played last year for Mr. Stowers, had 62 receptions for 769 receiving yards. That led college football tight ends, 4 receiving touchdowns. Very much traveled. Started out as a quarterback at Texas A&M, then went to New Mexico, transitioned to a tight end at Vanderbilt, I believe. Polished route runner for a tight end, can cover ground, or polished route runner, for a tight end. Helps himself get open and give the quarterback an easier throw. He can cover ground quickly down the seam, burn whatever linebacker is covering him. Contorts and adjusts his body well to expand his catch radius. Strong hands are excellent to pluck the ball away from his frame. Big-time playmaker, too, with the ball in his hands. He's got great yak production. Break crispiness can improve. Run blocking is not as strong as you would like, and he will provide 0 special teams contributions. Those are his weaknesses. His pro comps, though, for Eli Stowers, in terms of body build, Vernon Davis and DK Metcalf are Eli Stowers' body build. And I hate that because it is going to, just work out for the Eagles. They probably found their Dallas Goedert replacement right there. 8 of you still in here. Going to get to your comments here in a little bit, but I'm going to take my first and maybe even only short break here of the night. Back here in a moment with more NFL draft coverage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I just saw an absolutely hilarious tweet. I think last night we had pretty much everything that could have gone bad in Pittsburgh sports happen. You know, the Penguins suck right now. They're probably going to get swept tomorrow night, but the Pirates lost last night, and the Steelers had a absolutely terrible first round. Now, in the span of like 30 seconds, going back to the Jeremy Bernard pick, Steelers select Bernard, and Connor Griffin hits his first career home run on his birthday, too. So, a Yin's explosion right there, back to back. By the way, looking here at some other things going on, how about going from DK Metcalf, Adam Thielen, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling to DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, and Jeremy Bernard? I will take that wide receiver upgrade all day. Still got work to do, Omar. Do not go and start resting now. Seeing if there's anything else interesting going on Twitter right now. New England Patriots, they are about to make their pick here. Here we go. Let me find this, and here we go. New England Patriots pick. And the Pats, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to get themselves some edge rush help. It is Gabe Jacas from the University of Illinois. His last name is spelled Jacas. So people will probably, at his expense at time, if he makes bad moves, go, oh, there's that jackass. It is Acas. Gabe Acas from Illinois. The J is silent. 6'3.5" for the Pats at pick 55. 260 pounds, a 2025 second team All Big Ten player. Last year, 43 tackles, 11 sacks, and 3 forced fumbles in 12 games. His career production, outstanding at Illinois. 47 games played, 180 total tackles, 27 sacks for Acas. Whoa. We got a trade alert, ladies and gentlemen, but it is not featuring, a trade up to make a selection here. The Philadelphia Eagles, they just acquired Jonathan Grenard, the outside linebacker from the Minnesota Vikings. So let me hit the trade alert here. Pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, too. And here is the selection for the Jags. Wrapping up on Acas, overall violent rusher, wrestling background, shows up often in his play, has a lethal chop move. His pro comps, Matthew Judon and Jared Verse. Here is the Jaguars selection now. Interested to see where they go. Is this their first draft pick? I believe it is. They go tight end. Wow. Tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is not some of the higher guys that I have on my list. I have like Max Clare and Justin Jolly, Eli Raradon as some of my upper echelon, Michael Trigg, some of my upper echelon tight ends in this class. And right there, Nate Borkicher, he's in my top 10 for tight ends. 24 years old, 6'5.5". He had 198 receiving yards and 3 receiving touchdowns in 13 games last year. Hands are as right as rain in all times as a pass catcher. So they give a complimentary option at tight end besides Bretton Strange down there in Duval. Delivers solid contact when engaging in blocks, and he is just an overall infectious, intensity-filled player as a blocker and runner. Weaknesses, though, for Borkicher. He is 24 years old, so he's going to be an older rookie, and his college production does not correlate to him being in college for 5 years. Tyler Conklin is his pro comp for Nate Borkicher. And now the Chicago Bears at pick number 57. They are on the clock, and their pick is now in. Here in the second round, you've got, let me update this real quick. Second round, you've got the Bears. They are on the clock at pick number 57. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 after this Bears pick. Picks left in this second round, and then we are on to the third. Jeremy Bernard, the Steelers pick. Could the Steelers, maybe if they really like someone, sneak up into the back end of this second round if they really like the guy? They still have all three of their third round picks, so keep an eye on them possibly still being able to trade up. Their first round, or their first pick in the third round will be the 12th pick, and then they have picks 21 and 35 in this third round that will be coming up shortly. Looking here at the Pirates game, it is now 2-0 Buccos. What the heck did I miss there? It's top of the fifth inning. 2 runners are in scoring position here for O'Neill Cruz with 1 out. Brandon Woodruff on the mound for the Brew Crew. Still looking to see how we got this second run. It looks like Connor Griffin stole a bag. And then, yeah, I wonder, did we get it this inning? I don't know. We'll figure that out later. So, Pirates up 2-0. That's good news. Pick is still in here for the Chicago Bears, awaiting that selection. To the comment section here. Right here. THP. Mike actually left on good terms here from what I know, to be honest. He should have been let go after the Packers game, but they are cheap and didn't want to pay him to sit home. Then, I mean, THP, you're the Cowboys guy here. What other reason other than to screw over Mike McCarthy and the Steelers? What other reason would, Jerry Jones have to make a trade with your most hated rival and give them the maybe best offensive weapon in the entire class? Looking here. Flacco, what? Did I say something? Connor bomb. Woohoo. Looking here at the trade between the Eagles and the Vikings. Jonathan Grenard and a 7th round pick to the Eagles for the 98th overall pick tonight and the third round pick in 2027. Grenard is also going to get a 4-year, $100 million deal with the Eagles. That being also $50 million guaranteed. Yeah, Eagles traded. They got Jonathan Grenard, and they gave away their third round pick this year and their third round pick next year. Seeing a little bit of mixed reactions here on Twitter for the Jeremy Bernard pick. Some people happy, other people, I think, most of their animosity towards the pick is probably something that, people are holding grudges from last night. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I am too. I would rather Mekhi Lemon, but Jeremy Bernard is still a good pickup here. Still waiting for the Chicago Bears pick to be announced here. And this is going to be the Heinz Ketchup pick, actually. Pick number 57. The player that gets drafted here is going to get a custom red Heinz jacket and also get a lifetime partnership with Heinz Ketchup. So the Bears here are going to give someone, in addition to their dream being made, ketchup for life. Looks like the pick is finally here for the Bears. The celebrity guest picker here, it is Jimbo Covert, former University of Pitt player. See who they take. Covert taking shots at the Packers. Here's the Bears pick. And our first center of the draft, ladies and gentlemen, is off the board. And that makes a ton of sense for the Bears because out of the blue at 27 years old, I believe it was Drew Dolman retired this offseason for Chicago. And they don't think replaced him in free agency. So they go with Logan Jones here at pick number 57. The offensive lineman gets free catch-up for life. To my center rankings right here. Logan Jones, where are the centers? Small group of centers that I did work on at least a little bit, 10 centers. Logan Jones, he is my number, let's see here, 3 offensive center in this draft class. Jones, 24 years old, 6'3", 299 pounds, was a first-team All-Big Ten player last year and was a part of that Iowa offensive line that won, he is a Remington Trophy winner for nation's top center. Gave up just 1 sack on 336 pass pro snaps last year. He's strong, good on combo blocks, has real torque with his hands, lateral quickness is good. Played D-line early in his career, which will give him extra knowledge at the offensive line of knowing what the opposition will do. His weakness, though, not real long. 31-inch arms, won't play too well as a center. Jared Wilson, the center for the New England Patriots, is his comp. And here comes the Browns. Boo the Browns into oblivion because they are having a half-decent draft all of a sudden. Boo them to hell and back. Oh, my God. They just keep on keeping on here. The Browns. They are really pissing me off. They get one of our top safeties. It is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo. He stays in Ohio and will be going to the Cleveland Browns. Steelers, I think, could have used a guy like McNeil-Warren to develop as a deep field guy, but they do not get him. And McNeil-Warren, my 3rd top safety in this draft class, goes to our hated division rival here in the back end of the 2nd round. 6'3" and a half, 201 pounds for the 22-year-old, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Was a top 30 visit with the Steelers earlier this month. 2025 first-team All-Player and 3rd-team AP All-American. 13 games last year for McNeil-Warren. He played in the box mostly, but can play deep as well. 77 tackles, 5.5 TFLs, 3 forced fumbles, 2 pass breakups, and 2 interceptions for the Rockets. He's a fluid athlete. He is a true and uniquely built physical threat in every sense. Always tries to make a play on the ball without exposing himself, and when he is asked to do so, he is a natural center fielder with great vision, instincts, range, and enough length to prevent deep passing attacks. Jesse Bates is his pro comp. Steelers could have used a guy like Jesse Bates, and now he's going to play for the Browns. So McNeil-Warren is now gone. That was the Browns trading up to, by the way, I believe, with the Houston Texans to make that pick. Here is the Texans pick now. What's Houston gonna do now? Uh-oh. The guest picker says he knows this kid personally. Wow, they went tight end. And this is a guy who I thought the Steelers tomorrow could go after to fill their tight end needs. Instead, it is a guy who goes here in the second round. I thought he was, going to be like a fourth round guy. Marlon Klein, the tight end who was the secondary tight end behind, Colston Loveland last year. He took over as TE1 for the Wolverines this past year. He is going to go to the Houston Texans, and I actually like that pick because I think that Klein, he's going to be one of those guys. You look at his college production, not all that impressive, but in the pros, his game is going to translate very, very well. So Marlon Klein, who I had as, I believe, my 8th top tight end in this class here. Or no, I had him at 8 here. Marlon Klein, 6'6", 248, 32 and a half inch arms, 9-inch hands. Top 30 visit with the Steelers on the same day as McNeil Warren, actually, who just won a pick earlier. Was an all Big Ten honorable mention. Had just 24 catches for 248 yards and 1 touchdown last year, but his game will translate better the way he plays into the NFL. He's an efficient strider who eats up ground at top end speed. Strong hands, play well in both the catch point and as a blocker. Accelerates through contact constantly, getting yards after the catch. Didn't have high production in his short college career. That's one of his weaknesses, along with not as dominant as he should be on contested catches, and his blocking technique will need to be rebuilt a little bit. Josh Wiley, who I believe went to the KC Chiefs, the Cincinnati tight end from last year. He is his pro player comp here. About 2 hours into the show here tonight. Bunch of you still hanging around here. They went to another commercial. Pick is in for the Tennessee Titans, but after I click the pick is in, we are going to go to a brief break. Be right back here in a matter of moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back from commercial here. Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. 5 picks left to go in round 2, with this one included right here for the Tennessee Titans. And the Titans, after adding Carnell Tate at wide receiver yesterday and adding a pass rusher in Keldrick Falk, they add to the defense again, and it is one of my favorite linebackers in the class. It is Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas. He, very, very good. I thought maybe he could fall just a little bit for the Steelers to get him into the third, but he will be the Titans pick here at the back class behind, of course, the obvious guys, CJ Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, and Sonny Styles Jr. Hill here, 6'2", 238, ran a 4.51 40, was a two-time second-team All-SEC guy, a two-time second-team AP All-American the past 2 years, and he was a finalist for the Butkus Award this past season. 10 games last year, did miss 2 with a broken hand, had 70 tackles with 4 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and 2 interceptions. He is a supercomputer in processing what the offensive line is going to do with their blocking schemes. He does these things, climbs, blocks, and finishes through contact due to his explosive hip flexibility. Unlike some other middle linebackers, he can produce off the edge at a high level too. Reliable in pass coverage, has shown to be a sound tackler to round out his game. Bobby Wagner, Kenneth Murray, some pro comps for Anthony Hill Jr. And here's the pick for the LA Rams. Damn. There goes the tight end. Eli Stowers was the first tight end off the board tonight, followed by Nate Borkacher and Marlon Klein. And now to the other side, we mentioned Marlon Klein there for Michigan, to the other side of the rivalry in college football, Max Clare, my second favorite tight end in this draft class. He is going to go to the LA Rams. 6'4.5" is Clare, 246, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. He was a first-team All-Big Ten guy last year. He caught 43 catches for 448 receptions and receiving yards and 2 touchdowns in 14 games last year. Is a super loose and nimble athlete who can run the full route tree. Genuinely and maybe a little bit underrated as a big play threat with his speed. A chess piece for offensive coordinators. He can line up in line, in the slot, out wide, you name it, creating mismatches. And he has consistently known as a run blocker, too. Despite those good blocking habits, the bad is still bad with him. Hand placement is wild, won't hold the point of attack, and not reliable in pass block, in blocking, both pass and run. Ball skills are still shaky, had drop issues, and he is not, absorbing the catches fully. Durability will be closely watched. 240 pounds, that is a little bit light for NFL tight ends. We'll see how that holds up at the next level. Bretton Strange and Elijah Arroyo, who got drafted last year. Those are the pro comps for Max Clare. To the comment section we go again here. Freight Train, what's going on, Freight Train? Watching. Second round started better than the first. At least we made sure to get ahead. Another team that could take the wide receiver we wanted. Baby steps. Yeah, I did want Jeremy. It was down to him and Denzel Boston. That truly would have made me happy with a wide receiver selection for the Steelers as a start. I mean, they could go another wide out here today. You still got tons of good wide receivers left on the board if they want to double down here on day 2. You've got, just looking at the guys still available, Skylar Bell and Chris Bell, who are in my top 10, and Kariah Branch, who 3 wide receivers in my top 10 are still available. Antonio Williams is there. Malachi Fields, Chris Brazzell, Elijah Surratt, Ted Hurst. Tons and tons of good wide receivers. Deion Burks from Oklahoma, Jacoby Lane from USC. Those guys still available here. I bet you half of them maybe fall to day 3 tomorrow. And the Steelers might pick up a guy there to play special teams. Zachariah Branch would be good for that, but we will have to wait and see. The Buffalo Bills, they are going to make a selection here. They just traded up a few moments ago, so I'll hit the trade alert. Pick is in for the Bills. I know they added DJ Moore, but I could see them at some point here, maybe soon, adding another pass-catching weapon for Josh Allen. Back here to the comment section again. Concepts here, talking about McNeil Warren. He did not look happy to be necessarily flourish right away, but yeah, I mean, at least he, doesn't have to go all that far from college. Still waiting here on this commercial break, waiting for the Bills pick. In the meantime, watching Connor Griffin have his third at bat of the ball game. He is 2 for 2 against the Brewers tonight with a solo home run and a single, added a stolen base as well. Brewers are on to their bullpen here in the top of the 6th inning. But have a runner on first with 2 gone. 4-0 Pirates now, so they are having an excellent start to this game against the Brew Crew with Paul Skeens on the bump. I think Skeens is done for the night. I just saw, I think in the distance there, they showed Griffin on a check swing angle from the Brewers dugout. I think I see Skeens' jersey hung up. He could be done for the night here. Let me go and check that out real quick. What's the box score looking like in this Bucco ball game? I've just been occasionally, amongst the draft stuff, looking at it here. So let's see here. I finally come back from commercial here to do the Bills pick. Go here to the Buccos. It is 4-0 on the Brewers. Here comes the Bills selection in the meantime. Why did you give me the White Sox and Nationals game? It's not what I wanted. What the heck is this thing doing? Bills selection. Here it is. The Bills go defensive back, and they go to Columbus, Ohio. It is Davison Igbinosun, another one of many Ohio State Buckeyes going in this draft, and this guy is a Joey Porter Jr.-like corner, a massive, lengthy corner who can play in the elements. Going here to Davison Igbinosun here from Ohio State. I had him as my 10th top corner in this draft class. I don't think many of the pre-draft rankings were all that kind to Igbinosun. 6'2", 189. 2-time All-Big Ten honorable mention the first 2 years of his college career, and then he upgraded to a second-team All-Big Ten player last year. The trade details between the Bills and the Broncos. Bills traded pick 62, or the Bills traded pick 66 and 182 to get up 4 spots to pick 62. So that is what they do there. Igbinosun here, 14 games played, 53 tackles, 6 PBUs. Receivers and disrupt their timing. Sound familiar to anybody? Stays up with vertical routes when in good position. He shows serious ball skills, more than willing to help out and run support. Durability is a little bit of is of little concern. Durability. He played 52 straight starts for the Buckeyes in 4 collegiate seasons. That was with in the SEC and the Big Ten. He started his career at Mississippi and then went to Ohio State. Pick is in at pick 63 here for the LA Chargers. You get that up right here. Wrapping up here, Igbinosun. Still penalty troubles for Igbinosun. 30 career penalties. Hips are too tight. When in man coverage, still working on his technique of finding the ball mid-flight, and he attacks low and with his shoulder as a tackler, not wrapping up at all. Tyson Campbell, Darius Rush, some of the pro comps for Davison Igbinosun. Pick is in here. 2 more picks left here in the second round, ladies and gentlemen. And then we are on to the third as the Chargers. Here comes their selection now. Their guest picker walking out to the podium. It is Sean Merriman, a linebacker they drafted in 2005. That will make their selection. He just did sort of a dance that hyped up the Chargers fans. Here's the pick. And they go with a center guard versatile piece too. It is Jake Slaughter from Florida. So 2 centers. He said guard. I have Slaughter as a center here. He goes in the second round as well. Jake Slaughter, 23 years old, 6'5", 303. Arms are 32.5 inches. Hands are 10.5 inches. Ran a 5'10", 40. Was a first-team All-SEC, second-team AP All-American, and Remington Trophy finalist in 2025. 12 starts last year at center. Gave up just 1 sack on 422 pass pro snaps. He had an 80.2 run blocking grade per PFF and an 84.1 pass blocking grade. Pro comp for him is Luke Weipler from Ohio State. I do assume that he is going to wind up playing guard for the Chargers. I mean, depends on what they want to do with Bradley Bozeman, who I think is still there, but they lost Zion Johnson. Their tackle situation, I mean, they got guys there, just got to keep them healthy, so they're going to use a lot of offensive line help here in this draft, the Chargers. 5 of you still in here. Another commercial break here as we are on to the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, concepts here. Love our first 2 picks. Who are your targets left for round 3? Do we trade up again? I am not 100% certain. It would be kind of crazy to trade up in the third, seeing how you are probably going to need to give up 2/3 to move up earlier in the round. I do not see it, actually. As a matter of fact, they might even trade down to recoup some 2027 draft picks. But, I mean, guys that are, left on the board here, if they want to go defensive tackle here soon, boost the D-line trenches, still left in the D tackle boards, Dominique Orange from Iowa State, Daryl Jackson Jr. from Florida State, Chris McClellan from Missouri I like, Xavier Harrison from Ole Miss. Those guys are still available. Defensive tackle-wise, if they want to add a middle linebacker, I mean, kind of souring on taking a linebacker unless it is the Pitt guy, Kyle Lewis, who can play pretty much anywhere on defense. You also got Deontay Lawson from Bama, Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State, Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, Harold Perkins from LSU as some linebacker help. Looking here, again, seeing Bryce Betcher here. Did Bryce Betcher get taken in round 2? Did I miss talking about Bryce Betcher? Not seeing him, no. Bryce Betcher did not get taken. So he is still on the board. If they want to go there, wide receiver, I said that already. Zachariah Branch, Antonio Williams, the Bells, Chris and Skyler. Chris Brazel, if they want to go with a big guy, even though he doesn't really run all that many routes. Those guys are available. Quarterback, I mean, you got Aller and Beck, probably leaning towards Beck, even though I don't want to. Corner, that could definitely be in play. Jermod McCoy is sliding very, very much because of his knee injury. What else, corner-wise, is available here that I could go after? Corner, Jermod McCoy. I think the Steelers like him, but the injury has had him slide this far. Got Malik Muhammad, corner available. My apologies, the Seahawks' final pick in round 2. And safety is the pick for Seattle. They lost Reek Woolen in free agency. They drafted Imanwari at but he played nickel a good bit. So they go with safety Bud Clark from TCU, TCU, who I like a good bit. Let me go here to Bud Clark's profile. Clark, I had as my Clark from Texas Christian University, 6'1", 188 pounds. Career accolades, 2022 All Big 12 honorable mention, but then the last 2 years he was a second team All Big 12 guy. Looking at his 2025 stats here, played all over, played deep, box, slot, you name it. 56 tackles, 31 of those solo, 1 sack, 7 pass defenses, and 4 interceptions. He is the only player in college football to have 3 or more interceptions in each of the last 4 seasons. So Clark is very productive. Strengths, production, of course, reads and recognizes route combinations quickly, has some high top-end speed, uses great length. Despite his size, he's a willing run defender. Pro comps for him, Kirby Joseph, Javon Holland, and Shedrick Redwine. Here comes the first pick of round 3, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to round 3 for the Arizona oh my God, I almost said Arizona Coyotes. Arizona Cardinals. We got a moment here honoring service members, so they are not going to make the pick yet. The Cardinals, they are honoring some service members up on stage. That is very, very cool. God bless them. Damn, more safeties, says Concepts. Yeah, I think you're going to see a DB and a defensive tackle here with at least 2 of these 3 picks for the Steelers. Safeties, there still are, the safeties are running off, but I mean, Zakee Wheatley from Penn State is still there. Like what he brings. VJ Payne from Kansas State. I have my number 4 and 5 safeties in the class still available. Number 4, Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina, and AJ Halsey, who is a true deep field safety that the Steelers could, put him back there and develop. AJ Halsey, I wouldn't mind the Steelers taking a shot on him. You don't need to play him right away, and he going position by position here. Guys that I would like the Steelers to take at each conceivable position. I'll go with a Dominique Orange or a Darrell Jackson at defensive tackle. If they want to go wide receiver again, Zachariah Branch is probably my top guy. Corner, screw it. He's fallen this far. We'll do Jermod McCoy. I would love to just get, another dog who, when he's healthy, he's right as rain in corners. I think our corner room is pretty okay as is. If McCoy, needs some time to rehab his injury, fine. I'm cool. We got Porter and Dean and, Asante Samuel to lock things down in the meantime. So in terms of my top guys at each position, we'll go with Halsey at safety. We'll go McCoy at corner. Orange or Jackson at D tackle. Linebacker Kyle Lewis. Offensive guard. There are good offensive guards, actually. That's another thing here. I know they took Ihornachor yesterday, but you want to go to the guards? I don't know how Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board from Oregon. He is available there. Same thing with Jennings Dunker from Iowa. Those are two outstanding guard picks. They're 1A, 1B for me for the Steelers to take if they go O-line. And then which one didn't I get? Wide receiver Branch, guard Dunker or Pregnon, D tackle Orange or Jackson Jr., linebacker Lewis, corner McCoy, safety Halsey. I think we covered all the positional needs for the Steelers right now. They got 3 picks. They're not going to, pick each of those positions, but I'd like to think a DB of some sort, a D tackle, and probably an offensive guard, if I had to guess, will be the last 3 picks, if they make all 3 picks. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. James Conner back out to the podium. We are kicking off round 3 here tonight with the Arizona Cardinals. Oh, wow! Carson Beck has been drafted, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to the Arizona Cardinals. Woo-hoo-hoo! That started off the third with a bang. Carson Beck is not a Pittsburgh Steeler. Thank you. I know for some reason people think he'd be good for the Steelers, but a dude who doesn't have all that special of an arm, all that, outstanding physical traits to help develop, I will take that. He can go. Also there's, sort of like the creepy off-field stuff too. Carson Beck is going to the Arizona Cardinals. He is not a Pittsburgh Steeler. Thank you, Mr. Will Howard. You are our top guy still for now. There's still Drew Aller out there. Steelers could definitely take a Drew Aller. Do not let that do not leave that out of your minds whatsoever. They could go quarterback here. Carson Beck is off the board, ladies and gentlemen. Beck, as I go to my quarterback rankings here, he was flying up draft boards for some reason. People even had him as the 3rd best quarterback in this class. I am nice. I have him at 4. I have him behind Mendoza, Simpson, and Aller. Beck, 6'5", 233 pounds, top 30 visit with the Steelers back in March. Steelers definitely did have interest in him. 10-inch hands, 30.5-inch arms. He is a 2-time national champion as a backup with the Georgia Bulldogs. Last year with the Miami Hurricanes, wrapping up his college career. He was a 3rd-team All-ACC, 2025 Fiesta Bowl Offensive MVP, and a national champion runner-up. Denver Broncos at pick 66. Their pick is now in. 16 starts in 16 games last year for Beck. He had 3,813 passing yards, a 72.4 completion percentage. That was 2nd in the FBS. 30 passing touchdowns to 12 picks. Beck, his strengths and weaknesses: good quarterback mind, processes the defense well pre-snap, firm base, helps him generate power and accuracy on his throw. Release is always quick, like an old Western gunslinger. Ball placement is accurate in a receiver's dream. Does have some escapability and scrambling ability out of danger. He does know how to win, too. I will give him that. 30 games played or 30 games won in college. Most college quarterbacks would be lucky to play 30 games, let alone win 30. Pocket pressure does rattle him and his process some, and his deep ball and throwing on the move power and accuracy dips right there as well. Carson Palmer, Kenny Pickett, Kyle Orton, the pro comps for Mr. Carson Beck, who goes to the Arizona Cardinals, and he will compete with, I assume, Jacoby Brissett out there. Let's go here back to the Denver Broncos pick. They, with the second pick of the third round, just went Tyler Onidim. I do not know how to pronounce his last name. Onidim, Texas A&M defensive tackle. I'll hit this, I guess. There, so Onidim is off the board. Defensive tackle. I'll get to him here briefly in a moment. Concepts here. Yeah, more safeties. Pregnon's still there. Him or Branch. I mean, hey, I'd be okay with that. I know, you took E. Hornachor to be your developmental tackle, but Pregnon being a guard, he kind of is like Pregnon. He's kind of like a Mason McCormick, which I would be quite all right with. Branch as a wide receiver, gadget guy, provide special teams help as well. I would love that for Branch. Tons of guys, multiple positions that I would like. And I'm just now seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, I got notified. Skeens, he carried a no-hitter tonight into the sixth inning, and finally, with 2 outs in the bottom of the seventh, the Milwaukee Brewers got the first hit of the ball game off of Mr. Paul Skeens. No back to the Steelers here from Concepts. I don't care, but thought it was funny how many people wanted him. Yeah, I didn't get it either. I'm in the same boat with you there. I have no idea how many people, so many people wanted Carson Beck. I'll take Drew Aller or Taylon Green. Give me a toolsy quarterback rather than, I'd rather, what I'm saying here is, I'm going for high ceiling with quarterback rather than floor. Beck is the highest floor of the quarterbacks left. Doesn't have that much of a ceiling compared to Aller and Taylon Green, who are still there. Ready for Will Howard, as am I. But I would still be happy if, just taking a quarterback swing at some point in this draft in case, Howard doesn't pan out. I'm all for, Howard getting first dibs when it comes to being the heir to the Steelers throne right now. But still taking a quarterback, I think, is in the cards this draft. I want to real quick get to the last two picks. At pick number 66, Tyler Onidim, Texas A&M defensive tackle. He went to the Denver Broncos. Onidim, 6'3.5", 292 pounds, had a 9'3" broad jump, a 32-inch vertical. He, last year with the Aggies, had 48 tackles, 8 TFLs, and 2.5 sacks, and 1 forced fumble in 13 games. Brandon Dorless is his NFL comparison. And then right after him, a highly underrated, maybe it's because he was sharing time with Keldrick Falk, a very underrated edge rusher in Kieran Crawford from Auburn. 6'4.5", 253 pounds is Crawford. 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Third All-SEC last year. Had 12 games played, 36 tackles, 9 TFLs, 5 sacks, 1 interception, and forced fumble apiece. His NFL comparison, Samson Ebukam, the edge rusher defensive end from the Indianapolis Colts. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think the New York Jets, the New York Jets, I thought, were on the clock. They just traded with the Philadelphia Eagles, I believe. Unless that's, an older trade, let me know, and I'll hit the trade alert buzzer. But the Philadelphia Eagles, they are on the clock, and their pick is now in. We'll come back to the Eagles pick here in a second. While they're on commercial, I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back in a moment, good people. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come back from commercial abruptly. Here's the Eagles pick. And the rich keep getting richer for the Philadelphia Eagles. I thought that last night, I'm still a tiny bit shocked that they went Mekhi Lemon. They were going to get a tackle to, eventually replace one of Jordan Mailata or Lane Johnson. They do it here in the third round, and had the Steelers not taken a tackle, they take a tackle that I really liked for the Steelers. It is Markel Bell, an absolute monster and mountain of a human being at tackle for the Miami Hurricanes. He is off the board here to the Eagles, and the Eagles, they get a big guy to eventually replace one of their two big guys. Markel Bell, he is my number, 10 tackle in this class. Looking here. No, not yet. 12, excuse me. Markel Bell, Texas out of Miami, or tackle out of Miami. My number 12 offensive tackle. How big is he? 6'9", 346 pounds. He also has 36.5-inch arms. Those are the longest arms in this tackle class. Was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back in March. A third-team All-ACC guy this past year. No sacks on 558 pass pro snaps per PFF. Started all 16 games for the Hurricanes at left tackle. At that size and length, he will make opponents not have a prayer of getting into his chest or controlling him. His grip strength and hand timing is excellent. Feet are active. And now we go to the Chicago Bears, ladies and gentlemen, for their first selection of the third round. Looks like we got an inspired change person making this selection for the Bears. Who? Okay, Sam Roush. All right, the little kid there made the pick. It's Sam Roush, the Stanford tight end. So a lot of tight ends going off here in day 2. Sam Roush, tight end from Stanford, goes. Let me go to his player profile real quick. Roush in my tight ends category, I have him as my number 9 tight end in the class. 6'6", 248, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.61 40. 11 games last year as an all Big Ten honorable mention that is Marlon Klein, excuse me. My bad. Sam Roush, 6'6", 267, 30.5-inch arms. Ran a 4.70 40. Second team all ACC. 12 games last year for Roush. 49 receptions, 545 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. Can do it all as a tight end, blocking duties and such. Very sound as a blocker in all ways. Ends at the knees, rightens his footwork, all of that. Is most efficient as an intermediate target, getting in and out of breaks well. When the ball is in his hands, he makes the most of his opportunity, running through arm tackles and churning his legs. And he's just an overall good athlete coming from a family lineage of athletes. Dawson Knox and A.J. Barner are his pro comps, and Roush is going to be the blocking tight end complement to Colston Loveland in Chicago. Here comes the San Francisco 49ers pick. And they go edge rush help for the 49ers. It is Romello Height from Texas Tech as the pick. So Romello Height right here, a senior from Texas Tech. He is 6'3", 239 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Height last year with the Texas Tech Red Raiders. He led, he didn't lead the team in anything. He was a first-team All-Big 12 player. Played all 14 games, 38 tackles, 11.5 TFLs, 10 sacks, 1 pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles. So this dude produced well in this loaded Texas Tech defense that had David Bailey, Lee Hunter, Jacob Rodriguez, you name it. Looking here, has a nice inside spin move, long strider as a runner, got various moves, punch pull technique to get rid of blocks, great backside burst using that speed. His weaknesses, though, needs to add more muscle to hold up as a pro, lacks the appropriate play strength to fight through blocks, redirect, and otherwise right now for Romello Height. To the comment section we go here. No Rodgers. I agree with drafting a quarterback. Howard QB1. I would be cool with, I assume if you tell Rodgers to kick rocks, probably start the year with Mason Rudolph, give the veteran his experience, his, chance, hold down the fort, and then put in Will Howard, see what you got, and you can have this pick quarterback at any point in this draft class be a third string guy who's a healthy, inactive emergency QB3 on game days. I'd be cool with that plan, if we are being honest here. Flacco, that's the tackle I liked. Markel Bell, yeah, but as soon as they took Hornachor last night, I knew that he wasn't going to be in the plans. Bell, actually, let's just say hypothetically, Steelers did get Lemon last night. I would have definitely taken or considered Bell here in the third round, maybe even in the second. And looking here at the Pittsburgh Pirates game, something kind of crazy just happened. It's still 4-0 Bucks. Bases are now loaded in the top of the 8th with 2 outs. And you just had Spencer Horwitz hit a hard ground ball to the first baseman, Jake Bowers, and it hit off of the cuff of his glove, bounced up into the air, and Bowers had no idea where the ball went, so Horwitz an infield hit. Bases are loaded here for Connor Griffin. I was going to take a break, but I want to see Connor Griffin here bat with the bases loaded. They got a Spencer Horwitz pinch runner here. Come on, Griffin. You've got your first home run. How about your first grand slam? Get that out of the way. 2 things I did want to mention. Looks like fans in Pittsburgh and inside Acrisure Stadium for the Jeremy Bernard pick, they are reacting a little bit better to the pick, not like everybody groaning, going, what the F, and immediately boogalooing after the pick. And also, James Palmer, he is a Bleacher Report insider, does some draft work as well. I love this post here from him real quick. He says, a high-level scout told me of Jeremy Bernard. He said that every year it seems like everyone is trying to search for the next Deebo Samuel, ball in the hands guy that is thick and strong and has running back qualities. Jeremy Bernard is that. He said Bernard, a guy that, can do it all pretty much. Bernard can run routes, has some true upside as a wide receiver, but can be a Deebo Samuel type guy. I will take that. I think Zachariah Branch is the more Deebo type guy in this class, but having Jeremy Bernard who can do a little bit of it all, I like that. Watching here as the commercial is still going on for the NFL draft. Now they come back. Pick is in for the Washington Commanders here at 71. We are quickly approaching, ladies and gentlemen, pick 76, which is the first of 3 third-round picks here for the Steelers. Pick 76 coming up. Doubt the Steelers move up at this junction. Here's the pick for the Washington Commanders. Pick is in. And back to baseball. Connor Griffin, ladies and gentlemen, with a full count, just hit a 2 RBI base hit that extends the Buccos' lead to 6-0. Another opposite field, right center field hit for Connor Griffin. He is loving that portion of the field here today. Breakout game for Connor Griffin, I'll call it. I don't care. Here's the selection for the Washington Commanders. Let's see where they go with their pick. Not as knowledgeable this year as I think I was last year, knowing what holes in the rosters that these teams need to fill. Looks like we're going to have a pop out here, and indeed we are, for Henry Davis to end the 8th inning. And this, I did not see who this celebrity guest picker is right now. He is talking about how this time next year, the draft will be in Washington, D.C. So Pittsburgh passing the torch to Washington at some point later on in the draft here today. Griffin, 3 RBIs on his 20th birthday. That is absolutely awesome. Have yourself a day. Remember the day, as soon as Connor Griffin flipped into the 20s, he became a superstar. We're still talking here before this pick for the Commanders. Steelers might be on the clock, and all the other teams make their picks by the time this guy announces the Commanders pick. Looking here at the comment section, Flacco. That's why I said Pregnon or Branch. Bell would have been my favorite of the offensive tackles after Lemon, or about this third round, due to him being a left tackle, not a right tackle. Yeah, agree there with Bell. Pregnon or Branch. If you can get one of those guys with your next pick, I'm not sure how far Pregnon's going to fall. Oddly enough, offensive linemen have not had a huge run so far tonight. I would love to get Pregnon. Maybe you can get both. Probably Branch first. I think the wide receiver could go off earlier than the guard. Here's the selection. Finally. Oh, they go wide receiver. There we go. He was like talking as well. He didn't just say, with the 71st pick, Washington Commanders select. He was like, we don't go defense. We go offense. And finally, he makes the pick. It is Antonio Williams. So that is a good receiver that I like. I think he, is in that Jeremy Bernard role, but not a guy, that the Steelers were going to go after since they took Bernard. So Antonio Williams is a good wide receiver. I do like him in this draft class. He is my number 11 receiver in the class, just outside my top 10. 5'11 and a half inches tall, 5 feet and 11 and a half inches tall, 187 pounds. Was a third-team All-ACC wide receiver last year. Played 10 games, led the team in receptions 3 times in his career, including last year with 55 receptions, 604 receiving yards, 4 receiving touchdowns. His skill set has the body type and skill set of a slot wide receiver as one of his strengths. Other strengths, he is a route running technician, shows no fear working the middle of the field. He is explosive, getting vertically up the field with impressive body control. He has some of the fastest and stickiest hands of this wide receiver class, has the vision and shiftiness to be competitive after the catch as well. His pro comps are Ladd McConkey, Kyle Williams, and Jalen Royal. So that is a good pickup there for the Commanders. I would have liked it had they not gone Jeremy Bernard. And the Cincinnati Bengals, they just made a pick, ladies and gentlemen. They go DB, and I don't like this one a whole hell of a lot. Is this an end-of-the-world selection for the Bengals, like a top guy that I'm going to hate seeing them use for quite some time? No, but it is a good corner. They go with one of the Washington pair of corners in this draft class. They go with Tacario Davis. You got Ephesians Prysock and Tacario Davis, 2 tall, lanky corners from Washington in this draft. They actually take the lesser of the 2 who I like. I like Prysock more, but Davis still pretty damn good. 6'4", 194 pounds, 33.5-inch arms. Was a second team All Big 12 player 2 years ago. Played 8 games this year, did miss time with rib and hamstring injuries, 20 tackles, 3 PBUs, 2 interceptions on his resume. His strengths, skyscraper-like height and long arms with great ball skills that will play well in rerouting wide receivers and possibly pick up the ball. Has good feel and technique to read the quarterback's eyes and sit on routes. Has a near sub 4.4 speed, which is crazy stupid fast for his 194-pound weight. Big wingspan as well also shows up in his tackling capabilities. Nashawn Wright from the Chicago Bears is his pro comp. And the New Orleans Saints at pick 73, getting closer to the Steelers, ladies and gentlemen, Pick 73 here for the Saints is right now. Damn, this tight end run here in day 2, it is still going. You know what? Be honest, if the Steelers really have their heart set on a tight end, they might just say screw it and be aggressive and take one here, maybe a round or two before they want, because the tight ends, for some reason, they're going fast and furious here tonight. And another one right there that I kind of would have loved to have seen for the Steelers and seen him reunite with Darnell Washington and Broderick Jones. Oscar Delp, tight end from the University of Georgia, goes here in the 3rd round. Delp, he is, let me see where he is here in my tight end rankings. Delp. He is my number, where the hell did I have Oscar Delp? He's here somewhere, I know. Mr. Delp. Where are you, Mr. Delp? Oscar Delp. Right there. He is my 9th tight end in this draft class. Delp, 6'5", 245, 31.5-inch arms. Was a guy that was watched by the Steelers at UGA's Pro Day, I believe. 14 games last year, 20 receptions, 261 receiving yards, 1 receiving touchdown. Strengths for Delp, has the lean and acceleration to get off the snap, get quick separation at the line of scrimmage. Super reliable hands, good extension, catches everything that's thrown to him. Blocking improved as his career went on as well. Weaknesses, though, slimmer frame doesn't make it makes it difficult, to haul in contested catches. Is fast, but not really elusive as a yard after the catch runner. And upper body will need some more strength. Pass blocking. Michael Mayer is his pro comp, and there goes to the New York Giants, ladies and gentlemen. Another wide receiver. Could we start now seeing a wide receiver run? You have to wonder. Wide receiver just went off the board to the New York Giants. It is a guy who I think is inside my top 10, but at this point in the draft, do not think the Steelers are necessarily looking for his type of play style or body type. No, actually, it's a guy outside my top 10. Excuse me. Number 12 wide receiver on my board, Malachi Fields from Notre Dame, just went to the New York Giants. 22 years old, tall, 6'4", 218 pounds. Last year, played 12 games for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. 36 receptions, 630 receiving yards. Had 5 receiving touchdowns. I bet you half of these stats came against the Pitt Panthers because he was an absolute beast in that game that I remember. Can be an X-receiver with that build, powerful 6'4" frame, massive wingspan, and body control, catch radius, high points the ball well on contested catches. Hands are strong and reliable, of course. Hard as it is to stop him from making catches. He's tougher after the catch, has good elusiveness at that height, and he's naturally stout as a run blocker. Weaknesses, though, for Mr. Malachi Fields, his release, quickness, and variety is limited. Straight line burst and speed is just average. Route tree in which he is effective is pretty bare. And he has not been a quarterback's friend when the play breaks down. He fails to uncover and find open space as an improvised option. Pro comps for Malachi Fields, Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills, and I think he would need to, run a better route tree and build some slot capabilities. Michael Pittman Jr., in terms of a physical build, is a comp for Malachi Fields, but doesn't do everything that Michael Pittman Jr. can do, I believe. So we are now, ladies and gentlemen, just one pick away from the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Miami Dolphins, they just submitted their pick. Next up, and right now on the clock, is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to take a super, super quick break, get a drink of water. We'll be right back for the Miami Dolphins and their selection. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pick number 75 is in for the Miami Dolphins. Waiting on deck. I assume they're already on the clock. You've got the Pittsburgh Steelers looking at the best available big board right now. Still a lot of good players on the board. We'll go over, who the Steelers could possibly pick right after this Dolphins pick. Whoever the Dolphins select will do their player profile and breakdown because the Steelers, they could go anywhere here with 3 picks in the 3rd round. We'll discuss it here after the Dolphins selection right now. So a wide receiver does go off the board, ladies and gentlemen, but it is not a guy that I, to be honest, wasn't all that fond of. Caleb Douglas, the Texas Tech wideout, just went to the Miami Dolphins, and that is not a player that the Steelers were really all that in on. So now anything is on the table here, ladies and gentlemen, at pick number 76. Steelers do have a few more picks in this 3rd round, pick 85, pick 99. They could go anywhere. Looking at the board and what's available right now, they want to go corner, address defensive back. Jermon McCoy, his injuries have caused him to fall. I mean, you got a deep corner room, a deep-ish corner room, I will say. If you want to take Jermon McCoy, stash him away for, a brighter day to where he can be, a stud number 2 next to Joey Porter Jr., I'll take that. Safety, Zakee Wheatley, AJ Halsey, Jalen Kilgore, those guys are available. Linebacker, there's one linebacker who I'm truly in love with. That is, at least in the 3rd round, that is Tom Lewis from Pitt. Defensive tackle, Orange, Daryl Jackson Jr. available. Wide receiver, Zachariah Branch. I know they could go with a big body guy just in case Pittman or Metcalf goes down. Chris Brazzell is available. Elijah Surratt. Skylar Bell, Chris Bell, 2 guys in my top 10, along with Zachariah Branch. I mean, tight end, they could go as well. Not sure which tight end they go with, but I could see them doing that. If they want to go quarterback, Drew Aller is there as a project guy. Offensive guard, 2 guys I really love, Emmanuel Pregnon and Jennings Dunker. I would be cool if either of those guys got picked. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the selection for the Steelers. The Peasies, Joey Porter Jr. and Sr. are going to make the pick. They just played Renegade a moment. Hopefully that's not foreshadowing what's to come because they did that last night, picked it, and turned out all that well. Here we go. Joey Porter Sr. has the card. Come on. Come on. Please be a good pick. Here we go. Oh, they went Eller! Holy shit! Wow! The Penn State quarterback is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Are you kidding me? Drew Aller! Wow! Unbelievable. I thought it would happen, and it did. Wow! We are going to get, ladies and gentlemen, the Penn State Steeler fan and the Ohio State Steeler fan base's civil war. Drew Aller, and I know my sister is happy. She's a big Drew Aller fan. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Wow! Drew Aller, the 4th quarterback off the board, is going to go from Happy Valley to the north side of Pittsburgh. This is insane. That, if Aaron Rodgers comes back, ladies and gentlemen, sayonara, Mason Rudolph. Thank you for all you did, but this could be a sign to Raj. Say, hey, you want to come back or not? Because now we got 2 young guys we turn the ball over to. Drew Aller, the 3rd round pick at 76 overall for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is a hell of a pick. I know he's got his flaws, and we'll break those down here in a moment, but just off of pure upside, pure athleticism, elite quarterback traits, Drew Aller, he's got the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft class, and you can argue with a wall there. The size, the athleticism, the arm, you name it, Aller's got it. There's some, upstairs stuff we got to work on, but going to a quarterback developer and Mike McCarthy, you will take this pick all day long, twice on Sundays, if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers. For a very controversial pick of Maxie Hornachor last night on night one and not moving up to get Mekhi Lemon, 2 for 2 good picks here tonight with Jeremy Bernard and Drew Aller. So I will take it. We got hang on right now. Ian Rappaport's talking about this. Okay, it's just Ian Rappaport talking about the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers there. Nothing new there. But Drew Aller, ladies and gentlemen, is a Pittsburgh Steeler. For as controversial as that night one was and how it got us down in the dumps, they are lifting my spirits just a tiny bit. Jeremy Bernard, Drew Aller, the picks. You make 2 solid selections here soon. I'll be happy with that. And now the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen, have just traded up, and they're going to make a pick. Here we go. And the Green Bay Packers are going to move up and take a defensive tackle. It is one that I kind of liked for the Steelers, but it's not my top 2 favorite remaining. It is Chris McClellan from Missouri. I liked the possibility of the Steelers taking him maybe with one of their final 3rd-round picks tonight, but they take him here at 77 due the Green Bay Packers. Back to Drew Aller. Ladies and gentlemen, the quarterback from Penn State. He's not going to need to travel far to find his new home in the NFL. He goes 76 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to pop that up here. For all the Steelers picks, I will pop up, their profile here. They're playing Renegade as Drew Aller gets the call to the Steelers. Mike McCarthy, he's got Will Howard and Drew Aller, 2 nice balls of clay. One who's a freak athlete and one who is a national champion to work his magic on. Drew Aller here, ladies and gentlemen, the skinny on him. In my quarterback rankings, I had Drew Aller as my 3rd-rated quarterback in this class behind Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza won, of course, simply because of the pure athleticism talent that he could possibly bring in. The upside with him, if you can get him right upstairs, the upside with him is unlike any other in this class. He's 22 years old, built very well for the quarterback position. 6'5", 228 pounds, arms 33 inches, hands 10 inches. That, ladies and gentlemen, the arms and hand length right there, very, very important. Why? Mike McCarthy subtly told us not so subtly telling us what sort of quarterback he is looking for in this draft class. He said he wants a quarterback that is big, has long arms, big hands, can play in cold weather. Drew Aller, big, long arms, big hands, can, play in the elements. Happy Valley weather, Pittsburgh weather, one of the same here. So he is going to fit that mold, that character for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Did not do anything at his combine or pro day because he was coming off of more on that in a moment. Formal meeting with the Steelers at the combine was one of the final top 30 visits that the Steelers had going back about 9 days ago. So he was one of those guys that the Steelers snuck in on the last day. I think he was, actually, now I think about it, one of the last day interviews with Traden Stukes, who went earlier tonight. He was also being looked at, Aller, by the Arizona Cardinals. They decided to go Carson Beck. The Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets, both of those teams still yet to pick a quarterback here in this class. Aller, a 2-time All-Big Ten honorable mention in 2023 and 2024. Those are his lone career accolades. Last year, not the Drew Aller you wanted to see, to say the least. Played 6 games, made 6 starts, missed the rest of the season, though, with a broken left foot and a high ankle sprain. He had surgery on that back in October. That was at a time, when Penn State was completely off the rails. Aller got hurt. James Franklin got fired, yada, yada, yada. Had 1,100 passing yards last year, even with a 64.8 completion percentage, 8 passing touchdowns to 3 interceptions. In his career, Aller, 45 games played, 7,402 passing yards, a 63.2 completion percentage. He has, Aller, a 61 passing touchdown to 13 interception ratio in his career. I like that a lot. Also, guy who can run it a little bit. 736 rushing yards, 12 rushing touchdowns. Strengths and weaknesses here for Aller. And again, I preface this saying, Aller, you're looking for the 2024 version of this guy who was, being projected to be a first-round pick, not whatever that was last year when he got hurt. I know he was playing a little bit bad before the injury as well. Strengths for Drew Aller when he's at his best. He has got a thing you cannot teach. Size. He has the prototypical frame for an elite quarterback, given his ability to see the entire field and stay strong in the pocket. He has the most powerful arm in this class that has a quick release and drives the ball downfield with ease, makes any throw from multiple angles. Real quick here, ladies and gentlemen, the Indianapolis Colts, they are making their selection, pick 78 here in the 3rd round. Pat McAfee back out there. And McAfee, for some reason, is doing a magician trick of some sort, so no interest there. Wrapping up the strengths here for Aller real quick. Throw and power accuracy couples well. He places the ball perfectly when he wants to, 40 yards downfield. A great quarterback needs size, toughness, a big arm. Aller has all 3. He can escape the pocket and create plays and pick up good chunks of yardage on the ground, though it's not his calling card all the time. He has, Aller, constantly protected the football in his career. Aller, how good is he at protecting the football? He would have been, a Mike Tomlin guy. Aller, shit. Oh, wow. Oh, my bad. I thought the Colts did just steal a player that I wanted. I thought they were going to take Kyle Lewis. They just ended up taking A.J. Halsey, the outstanding free safety from LSU. Would have loved for the Steelers to get him, but hey, you giving you take here in the draft. Back to Drew Aller, wrapping up his strengths here. Constantly protected the football in his career. Aller, I know if you guys are down on him, at least listen to this. One of 3 college quarterbacks with 1,000 or more career passes and fewer than 15 interceptions in his career. The other 2 quarterbacks that did that, Marcus Mariota and Caleb Williams. When you're in the conversation for Mariota and Williams, who were first-round picks, if Aller can somehow find the middle ground between those 2 guys, I think the Steelers made a good pick right there in the 3rd round. And if he's developed right, like I said, Aller, maybe the highest ceiling and longest career of all the quarterbacks in this class, not named Fernando Mendoza. Weaknesses for Aller. Let's get into the bad here. We got to, take the good with the bad. Lack of post-snap adjustments is very alarming. He will stare at his primary target, not process the rest of the field, or get to his other reads at all. Short range accuracy is wild. Ball placement on throws like screens, slants, checks downs. They are off the mark a little bit or don't hit the receivers in stride all the time. Does lose composure unusually often for a dude his size and play style when pressured. He doesn't make, the right movements in the pocket, stepping up to make plays. And his footwork is unpredictable and jittery constantly. He'll throw flat-footed when pressured and even throw from a weak platform when not. So Drew Aller, pro comps for him, Daniel Jones and Joe Flacco. I mean, if you can get some middle ground between those 2, you'll take it for Drew Aller. It's good. He's talented and athletic and has got, the size, the arm, all of that, enough mobility. Just got to get him right up top. Get him right upstairs. Tell him to read the field. I think if Rodgers does come back, it will do Aller a a ton of favors, kind of like what it did for Will Howard, learning, from the best processor of all time. So you'll take that pick if you're the Steelers with Mike McCarthy and probably eventually Aaron Rodgers coming back. You'll learn behind those two. Another pick, ladies and gentlemen, right now between the Steelers pick at 76 and 85, I believe. Back-to-back picks, two guys that I really, really like just went off the board. Safety A.J. Halsey to the Atlanta Falcons, and probably my favorite wide receiver left on the board, Zachariah Branch. He just went to the Atlanta Falcons, so he is going to stay in the state of Georgia, going from the Bulldogs to the Falcons. I honestly think that is a picture-perfect match for him there, to be honest. So Branch to the Atlanta Falcons. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and their pick is now in. And here comes the Ravens pick. After the Ravens pick here, we will buzz through these past few guys that went to the Colts and Falcons. Ravens, make a dumb pick. Let's do that for once. Let's do that for once here. Come on. Please. Don't do anything smart. Oh, my God. Somebody go up there and punch Mark Ingram in the face, honestly. I'm tired of hearing him talk tonight. Punch him. Drop kick him. Bro, shut the F up and make the pick already. About damn time you got to it. All right. They get a wide receiver. It is one that I like, but at the end of the day, I'm not overly heartbroken for. Honestly, if the Steelers had gotten Mekhi Lemon last night, I would have said, screw it, lose your mind, and take his USC counterpart at wide receiver. Jacoby Lane just went to the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 80 here in the NFL draft. So Lane, the other USC wide receiver in this draft that is pretty good, he goes to Baltimore. Going back, ladies and gentlemen, just for a second to the last few picks as we broke down Drew Aller. A.J. Halsey went off the board, safety from LSU to the Indianapolis Colts. Halsey, my fifth safety in this class, 5'11", 215 pounds, 22 years old. 2025 first team All-SEC, had 80 tackles, 49 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble, 3 interceptions, and 4 pass breakups last year for the Tigers. Had 70 or more tackles in each of the last 4 seasons at LSU. Plays deep safety a ton. Thick muscular frame, operates with poise and good balance. Anticipation, play recognition, and ball skills make him a turnover threat regularly. He got the nickname Mr. Give Me That for a reason. Also an effective run defender in all areas. Weaknesses, though, hips are pretty stiff and he's too upright in his back pedal. Does lack the burst and speed needed to recover when outran. He will sometimes get over aggressive and get lost in the backfield. And I don't believe he is going to provide much versatility other than free safety in the NFL. Landon Collins, Xavier Watts are his pro comps. Moving over to wide receiver, the last 2 picks were receivers. Zachariah Branch, my number, let me go here. Where's Branch? Zachariah Branch, my number 9 wide receiver in this draft class. He went off the board to the Atlanta Falcons. He's going to stay in Georgia, go from Athens to Atlanta. He 22 years old, 5'8.5", 177 pounds, so very much not the biggest wide receiver in the world, but he is highly elusive. He was a formal meeting with the Steelers. Steelers took him out to dinner, thought they were interested in him. Was a 2025 second-team All-SEC wide receiver and a third-team All-SEC all-purpose player. Real quick, back to the pick here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They just went defensive tackle Albert Regis from Texas A&M off the board to the Duval Kitties. Back here to Zachariah Branch at the Atlanta Falcons at number 79. Branch last year played in the slot a bunch, 14 games, 811 receiving yards, 81 receptions, 6 receiving touchdowns. All of those led the team. Strength, top end speed, and acceleration is as legit as it gets. He has NASCAR feet, can really wheel. A tougher than what he seems player, plays with strong hands, catches the ball through contact. Additional to his physicality, he brings elusiveness after the catch, probably the best in the class. Had 634 yards after the catch in 2025, and roughly 80% of his career receiving yards were after the catch for Zachariah Branch. So he is the best at shifting and dipping his way upfield. One of the most versatile receivers in the class, of course, deploys everywhere, slot, sacks, jet sweeps, running back, a dangerous punt returner. His pro for Zachariah Branch, Zay Flowers, Malik Washington, and a former Steeler draft pick, that being Dree Archer. And then off the board went Jacoby Lane to the Baltimore Ravens. Lane, I have in my rankings as my number 17 wide receiver in this class. I have him right ahead of DeJon Stribling and just after Dion from Oklahoma. Lane, 6'4", tall, 6'4", Lane, 21 years old, tall, 6'4" and a half, 200 pounds. He a Big Ten honorable mention last year. Had 49 receptions and 745 receiving yards, both of those career highs last year, in addition to 4 receptions. Zip code wide receiver, put the ball in his large catch radius, he'll make the catch. Joey Porter Jr., you're going to have a nice little task right there. Hell of a red zone threat on back shoulder fades. For a big man, also loaded and slippery after the catch. Though he is 6'4", he is still lightweight and can get jammed at the line of scrimmage by press corner. Joey Porter Jr., do your stuff there. Fades and hitches are his bread and butter, but his route beyond that is a struggle or underdeveloped there for Jacoby Lane. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after Albert Regis just went a moment ago to the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't have too much on Albert Regis. He wasn't, all that impressive of a draft pick for me, potential draft pick. Regis of the Texas A&M Aggies. The 2 Texas teams this year, A&M and Texas Tech, they both had pretty damn productive defenses and players that are getting drafted. Regis, 6'1.5", 295 pounds as a D tackle, 31.5-inch arms. Regis was a looking here, a guy who racked up 49 tackles, 3 TFLs, 2 sacks for the Aggies. His pro comp, Greg Gaines in the NFL. Now, right now, we're having a much better night 2 of the draft than we did night 1 with the Steelers last night. Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver out of Alabama, who I really, really like. And Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State, who Mike McCarthy is being given a big athletic ball of clay right there for him to mold Drew Aller. We'll see how that comes up here. The Minnesota Vikings at pick number 82. Their pick is in. Steelers coming up here shortly at pick number 85. I'll hit the pick is in right now. Selection with the Vikings. I'll get to your comments here momentarily. You guys are reacting to the Drew Aller pick here in 1 second. Viking selection. Damn. Dominique Orange is gone, ladies and gentlemen. One of my one of those 2 D tackles that I liked, that I wanted the Steelers to target. Big Citrus, they call him, out of Iowa State. He is gone, and now that kind of just leaves Darrell Jackson Jr. if the Steelers really want to get someone at D tackle that I like. I might like, Jackson just a little bit better as a fit for the Steelers than Orange, but Orange still a good player. I'll get to him here in a minute. You guys back here in the comment section, reading your comments here. Where did we leave off? I love our first 2 picks. Fewer targets left for round 3. I've read that one already. Where's the Drew Aller stuff right here? Somehow shot myself all the way back up to the top of the board here real quick. Be a fun training camp, says Concepts. Agreed. Shocked but excited. I am too. I mean, if you can get him right upstairs, sky's the limit. That's all I'm saying. Concepts didn't expect him to be an early third, but was hoping we could get him later, like 99. It was a fun pick with upside, hopefully. I think once they saw Carson Beck go off the board, they wanted to make sure that they got the most athletic guy left on the board. And I know you got Taylon Green, and I see Garrett Nussmeier in the comment sections. To be honest, I had little to no interest in Garrett Nussmeier. Cool story, him and Mike McCarthy watching him grow up because Nussmeier's dad was his QB coach, but not an AFC North quarterback here. So I will take Aller to play in the elements. That's for sure. Pat messed up his reputation with him turning heel in WWE. I actually, I know fans hated it, and it wasn't, good storyline for wrestling wise, Pat being there. But I will, take the hilarity of Pat's character being there, and constantly going out there, giving fans the finger and all that. Flacco here, Skylar Bell for me. The two Bells, you got Skylar and Chris Bell left for the Steelers. If you can get one of those as your, other wide receiver you take in this draft, I'd take it. F the Ravens from Concepts and Flacco. Indeed, Jermod McCoy from Flacco right there. I would take Jermod McCoy. Omar Khan so far has made one good pick. I don't agree with Aller. I would have took Nuss. I mean, I'm not a Nuss guy. No offense here. I mean, have your opinions. Nussmeier, did I think he got a bad rap because he was playing injured? Yes, but is he built, for like Steeler football? I'm going to go with no. I'd rather have the big guy. Love the Aller pick, says Freight Train. Love it, love it, love it. Ted Hurst still out too. Yeah, Flacco. Ted Hurst is still on the board. A big wide receiver. One of those just went, actually. The Carolina Panthers, they just picked up Chris Brazzell, the wide receiver for Tennessee, who is a big, deep vertical, run a straight line threat, but, not a route runner, wide receiver in any stretch of the imagination. They're about to go to commercial. Real quick, going to break down the last two picks that just happened. At pick 83 to the, who was it? Who did Dominique Orange just go to? I missed that. It was Vikings, of course. Back-to-back D-tackle picks in this, well, not back-to-back, but two D-tackle picks in this draft for the Vikings. They took Caleb Banks round one. Now they get Dominique Orange. Dominique Orange, he is in my defensive tackle category, my fourth D-tackle in this class. 6'2.5", 322 pounds. A 2025 third-team All-Big 12 guy. Had 18 tackles and one pass defense in 12 games. So, stats weren't in his favor last year. His strengths and weaknesses, he has one unteachable thing: length, long arms, huge hands, give him the ability to control blockers. Explosive from head to toe. He pounces out of his stance like a jaguar, thrusts blockers backwards. On the off occasion, he does best it off the snap. He doesn't go down, recovers well, and sets an anchor. And the reach of his shows up again when he tackles, has a wide tackle radius. Weaknesses, though, agility and body control are less than adequate. Block shedding and quickness is snail-like, and pass rush production not existent, given the tools he's given. Dwayne Carter of the Buffalo Bills is his pro person. And Chris Brazzell, who just went from Tennessee to Carolina, he's got a long way to travel for his new team. He went to the Carolina Panthers, will be a big outside target for Bryce Young, Brazzell, 22 years old, 6'4", 198 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Career accolades: he was a first-team All-SEC guy and a third-team AP All-American. 12 games last year for the Vols, 61 receptions, 1,006 receiving yards, and 9 receiving touchdowns. Strengths for Brazzell: built like a tree, 6'4", with a massive catch radius. Quarters can not lock him down usually. Body control and ball tracking skills are simpatico. Surprisingly good hip mobility and footwork to drop going into his breaks and not lose speed. And has track star straight speed for being a constant deep threat. Weaknesses, though: inconsistent in finishing the catch. He has a few concentration drops. He has below average lateral agility and change of direction suddenness after the catch. And he rarely saw press coverage in 2025. Tons of corners played off. You got to wonder how he'll deal with that. And at Tennessee, was not asked to run a very diverse route tree. I think Tennessee has their wide receivers run literally 3 different routes, and that's it. Matt Landers, Brian Thomas Jr., and Christian Watson are his pro comps. He'll have to improve a ton in the route running department to live up to the latter of the two there, Watson and Brian Thomas Jr. And here we go, gentlemen. Pick 84 is in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are about to make this selection, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers are up. All right, let's see who the Bucs go with here. And then the Steelers are up. Pick number 84 here for Tampa Bay. Whew. Oh, boy. Got Gene Deckerhoff, Buccaneers play-by-play announcer, who is making this selection. Come on. Do not take anybody that I like. I would half want them to go D-tackle the Steelers with this next pick if Darrell Jackson just does not go here. But to be honest, I'm seeing it in the comments section. Manuel Pregnon or Jamad McCoy, I would be over the moon for with this pick 85. It feels like 2 guys that I thought be going, at the top of round 2. Now they're here mid to late 3rd. I take one of those 2 here. And there goes Ted Hurst. Who just said it in the comments section? Flacco, you just called Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst is still out. Not anymore. He just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's a good pickup. Big, wide receiver from a small school. Has a, chance to really open eyes in the NFL. Ted Hurst is a good pickup there for Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Still leaves alive, though, Flacco. Is it Flacco or Concepts? Leaves alive your Skylar Bell and Chris Bell, though. So now the Steelers, ladies and gentlemen, are on the clock, and who are they going to go with? We'll go back and, go over Ted Hurst's profile here in a little bit. But right now, again, we're focused on the Steelers. Back-to-back AFC North picks to the Steelers. And then the Cleveland Browns pick 86 right behind the black and gold. So you've got to take that into effect. Is there someone that the Browns really like that the Steelers might just take so that the Browns don't get as well? We'll have to see here. Pick is in for the Steelers. Pick is in. Max Ihernachor, Jeremy Bernard, Drew Aller, a tackle, a wide receiver, and a quarterback are all the picks the Steelers have had. All picks have been offensive. Do they go defensive for a pick? Will they make their first here? Jamad McCoy is still there. Darrell Jackson Jr., defensive tackle, is still there. They got a linebacker in Kyle Lewis. He is still there. Here comes Cam Hayward, boys and girls. Cam Hayward's making the selection here. Come on. What did he just say? He said something with this pick. Here we go. Oh, they went DB. They went DB and not Jermod McCoy, but it is a dude that I know that they've had a ton of interest in. It's not, a super sexy pick like a Jermod McCoy or, who else is available here? But they go with Dalen Everett from Georgia, a corner. It's not, the flashy pick here in Jermod McCoy. He's still available. Who else is available ahead of in my rankings? of Everett here. He's no Malik Muhammad. I had him ranked ahead. Keith Abney. Got Will Lee there. Ephesians Price Hawk. But Dalen Everett, I'm not going to complain about the pick. Dalen Everett here goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Corner from the University of Georgia. That was quick. W, says Thomas Dowdy. Mike Evans' replacement going back to the Ted Hurst pick. Could be. Could be here. So the first defensive pick of the night for the Pittsburgh Steelers, or of the draft, I should say, is Dalen Everett, corner from Georgia, going to the Steelers. You get this popped up right here. There it is, Dalen Everett. I think he will be a solid, depth piece, can play special teams in the meantime as he develops. I'll take that pick here. Cleveland Browns, indeed, they did trade up to 86. Here comes their pick, ladies and gentlemen. And the Brownies, they just went with another tackle. They took Spencer Fano last night, and they add to the trenches again. It is Austin Barber, a tackle from Florida, going to the Browns. And they go with a big body there. I think there's like 3 outstandingly tall tackles in this class. You got Markel Bell, who went. You got Travis Burke, who's going to go tomorrow, I believe. And then you got Austin Barber here. So Barber goes to the Browns. Back to Dalen Everett. Is it the super sexy pick in Jermod McCoy? No. And the fact that the Steelers even, passed on him. I think the Steelers are big, BPA or positional value type guys. That would have been prime position for them to go McCoy, but they did not. And Dalen Everett's the pick here. I do like it. It's not, a very flashy pick, but I do like it. Dalen Everett from Georgia, 22 years old, 6'1", 196 pounds. He's got 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. At the combine, Everett, a 4.38 40, so he is a blazing fast prospect. Did a 10.4 in the broad jump and a 37.5-inch vert. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the NFL Combine, and then I think this was the selling point for Everett. At his pro day, Georgia's pro day, you had, of course, on Mike McCarthy and defensive coordinator Patrick Graham right there. You had Ike Taylor, who's now a Steeler scout. He was there running the drills for the Bulldog DBs. And I think, the Steelers, if they were going to take a DB in this draft, they wanted it to be Ike Taylor, giving them the word of who to take. So they go with Everett there. And there just went another tight end, ladies and gentlemen, as I look to my right. This long run of tight ends here tonight. Lots of tight ends off the board. One that I think the Steelers were interested in just went off the board. It is Will Kachmarek, the tight end from Ohio State, the second tight end, I should say. He was the number 2 behind Max Clare at the tight end position. Back to Dalen Everett. Career accolades, was a national champion with the Bulldogs in 2022. He is a 2-time third-team All-SEC guy in 2024 and 2025. In 2025, Everett, 13 games played all of his snaps outside. I wonder if they're going to see if he can play inside at all at the next level. 49 tackles, 28 of those solo. Led the Bulldogs with 10 pass breakups. He had 1 interception on top of it. 5 interceptions, 19 PBUs, 1 sack, 5 PFLs, 106 total tackle, or 150, total tackles in his 4-year career with the Bulldogs. Strengths for Dalen Everett. He is a well-built boundary corner, nice length, can absorb contact well, and compete physically for every throw. Press technique is solid. I think the Steelers, maybe this is an insurance policy to have a press corner in case, God forbid, Joey Porter Jr. goes down with injury. Press corner technique is solid. Stay square to the wide receiver, waits for them to choose a side, then commits to his coverage moves. Zone technique, also pretty good. He'll read the quarterback's eyes good and burst downhill to jump underneath routes. Straight line speed and athleticism, of course, with that 40 time and combine performance is pretty outstanding. That translates onto the field. He tracks and stays in stride with wide receivers vertically down the sideline. He gets rugged as a run defender, fills his gap well, and sets the edge nicely when he is allowed to blitz, tackles with a purpose. And this guy right here, Dalen Everett, this is a guy that Mike Tomlin would have loved. He is a cut your eyelids off individual. He does not blink in the biggest moments, as evident by his 2 interceptions back-to-back years in the SEC championship game. So he is a big moment, big game player there for Dalen Everett. I will take that. Weaknesses for Dalen Everett. Speed doesn't really translate into his transitions and change of direction. He has, normal average transition acceleration, allows too many comeback catches. That more or less makes him grabby at break points as well. Wide receivers, when they separate, he will get handsy. He was nabbed 10 times for penalties this past season. I don't have his penalty count here. He was he'll get nabbed, I should say, 9 out of 10 times in the NFL for holding. And he needs to break down and have better body control as an open field tackler. Goes for drag down tackles and arm tackles too much. So the stuff right there, the weaknesses, I think those can be worked on. The strengths, though, for Everett, that makes him a very, very solid prospect. I will take that all day long. Everett, his pro comp here, I think we'll take it. Tyreek Stevenson, the corner for the Chicago Bears. I will take that as a 3rd-round prospect if you can get a Tyreek Stevenson. So I'm quite all right with that. What do you guys think of Dalen Everett? Let me know in the comments section. Interesting pick, says Thomas Dowdy. I like it. It's not, the flashy one in Jermod McCoy. I do have, a handful of corners ranked higher than him, but it is a guy that I think can fit that Steelers mold pretty solid. The lady announcing the Browns pick looked mad, why pick the person in a bad mood, typical Browns. Good for us. I'm a Gator fan, and their O-line has sucked, says Thomas Dowdy. Then you can give me the skinny on Barber more than I could possibly know. I don't know why we got corner. I think you're looking for, depth. You do, at corner, you got Porter and Dean. Eccles or Ramsey will work the slot, but behind those, your depth, Asante Samuel Jr., we know, he's got his back issue in Corey Trice. Not sure, Corey Trice is the most, dependable the most, medically cleared guy. And this one's going to make y'all upset in the comment section. The pick was just made for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they made a pick of one of the guys we've been talking about a bunch tonight as a potential dude for the Steelers, Emmanuel Pregnon, my second best guard in this class. He just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick number 88. So you guys are probably going to be upset about that one. I'm confused about that pick also, but I don't know much about him. I hope me breaking it down, clears it up a little bit for you guys. I do like Dalen Everett. Maybe you could have gotten him at 80 or 99. But to be fair, defensive backs have gone off at a higher rate than offensive linemen and defensive linemen here tonight. Same thing with linebackers. I bet you one of those positions the Steelers will go with this last pick they have tonight. It's going to be a linebacker, D lineman, or offensive lineman. If I had to guess here, corners were going off at a higher rate than anticipated here tonight. Chicago Bears are on the clock. Their pick is now in. Real quick, back to the few picks that we have yet to break down because the Steelers selected. As a matter of fact, we'll do 4 quick breakdowns of the prospects that just went after the Steelers. Here comes the Chicago Bears pick. And there goes another wide receiver, a guy that I don't have too particularly high on my draft board, but he could develop into something in the NFL. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver from LSU. I think there's like 3 or 4 LSU wide receivers in this class. I didn't do work on all. Did do some work on Thomas, though. He's a decent egg out of that group. Back here to the picks. Had Austin Barber, the offensive tackle from Florida, go off the board to the Browns. Barber, I believe I have him here as my 13th top tackle in this class. 7 318 pounds, was a third-team All-SEC guy, started 12 games left tackle for the Gators last year. And Barber, I think he, you got, who was it? You got THP in the crowd, or Thomas, Thomas, the Gators fan of the group. Third team All SEC for Mr. Slater. I'm not going to lose sleep over that pick. Will Kaczmarek, he went off the board to the, I think it was, where the hell? Sorry, I'm losing track here. Miami Dolphins. That's where Will Kaczmarek went. To the Dolphins. If you go to my tight end ranking, is my 18th tight end in this class. Steelers had him in for a top 30 visit, so maybe he could have been a pick for them had he made it. 6'5.5", 261 pounds. All Big Ten honorable mention. 49er selection right here. And a running back, one of a few rare running backs to go tonight. Honestly, Kalen Black just went. Have any running backs gone tonight? Is that the first? I have, behind Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, awesome running backs. I wouldn't even be mad if the Steelers looked at tomorrow. Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman, the two Penn State running backs. Kalen Black from Indiana just went off the board to the Niners. Is that the first running back tonight? You can correct me if I'm wrong. Will Kaczmarek, again, 6'8.5 inches, prototypical size for a run blocking tight end. That's where he will do most of his work. His pro comp is CJ Dupre. Back to Emmanuel Pregnon. He went off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Pregnon, liked him a lot. He was my second guard in this class behind Venga Ioane. Pregnon, 6'4", 314 pounds, 24 years old, 33.5-inch arms, 11-inch hands, 2025 first team All Big Ten and AP All American. He started 15 games last year for the Ducks. 14 of those were guard. One of those was at right guard, so he could have, gone right into competition with Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson for that left guard spot. One sack allowed on 471 pass pro snaps, 85.1 block grade, 88.1 pass block grade. He was the second highest graded guard in college football last year. Strengths, he is one of the most strong and powerful offensive linemen in the class, has a impeccable physique and firm base. Size is outstanding, and his on-field speed is slept on. Huge hands are bear paws that control the opposition. He works to finish the opposition through the ground. Love that. Football smarts and awareness of what's going on around him is good. And he's very experienced. Had 51 collegiate starts across 3 different programs in 3 different schemes. So you will take that. He is on the ground a little bit too much. He does lose his balance and get knocked back from time to time. A good punch off in pass pro all the time. Lacks the ideal suddenness in lateral movements as well to match quick twitch edge rushers. And his pro comp here, Kevin Dotson is one of his pro comps. I would have taken, a prime Kevin Dotson back on the Steelers. You guys can let me know what you would think of Emmanuel Pregnon. Last 2 picks here, just a few moments ago. 89, Bears take Xavier Thomas, and the 49ers take running back Kalen Black from the University of Indiana. To Xavier Thomas, 5'10 and a half, 190 pounds, runs a 4.28 40. So he's got blazing speed. He last year, 13 games for the Tigers, had 41 receptions for 488 yards and 4 receiving touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown on 19 carries. He, of course, builds tons of speed, has good vision and wiggle to, create separation and get yards after the catch. That's probably what he's going to do for the Bears and be a special teams guy as well. And then Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana, really shot up draft boards in this late stage of the process. Black is my number 10 running back in this class. 5'9", 211 pounds, 24 years old, was the national champion with the Hoosiers. 186 rushes, which was a career high last year in all 16 games. 1,040 rush yards, 10 rushing touchdowns. All of those are career highs. Runs with speed, fearlessness, and low pad level through the hole. So pretty textbook running back style right there. Run after the catch is his best, or run after contact is his best trait. Uses thick lower half as a battering ram and a battering ram shoulder. Strong hits, relentless leg drive to keep going. Technique does need some work, but he is more than willing to be a pass protector. And he has career-long reliability with ball security. Just 5 fumbles in 500 carries, 0 in 2025 for Kalen Black. His pro comp for Mr. Black, Trevor Etienne. And now the Vegas Raiders are back up on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and they have pick number 91, getting closer again. Steelers are in sight at pick number 99 here in the 3rd round. Here we go. I have no idea what this dude's saying anymore. He's just telling to give 10 people backstage a round of applause. Here's the pick. Okay, they go with maybe the most versatile offensive lineman in this class. It is Trey Zune the third from Texas A&M. And this dude, you want to talk about play all 5 spots on the offensive line and do it at a high level. He is definitely that type of guy. Trey Zune here, 6'6.5". He's got 312 pounds on his frame. That's good height and weight. 32.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands. He last year shared the Jacobs Blocking Trophy Award, Jacobs Blocking Trophy for top SEC offensive lineman with Caden Proctor. And he was a first-team All-SEC guy. Looking at his strengths and weaknesses here for Mr. This right here for Zune. 11 starts at left tackle. I have him in my tackle category somewhere in the middle. He also has 2 starts at center. 4-year starter, team captain is Trey Zune. Has a good enough anchor at 312 pounds. Hands are active, punching the defenders and resetting. Also able to read at the line what's coming his way. Great football IQ there. And now here comes the Dallas Boys, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Screw you, Jerry Jones. Old, I know what you're holding a grudge against the Steelers. Here's the Cowboys pick. Did he just disrespect the terrible towel? Did he just throw a terrible towel? Don't hurt yourself, Drew Pearson. You'll throw out a shoulder. There's Tony Dorsett. Tony, you're cool. Pick product. Who? Oh, Jay-Sean Barham. Okay. They were trying to get a name out there for Tony Dorsett. Jay-Sean Barham, pitcher from Michigan, can be outside, can be an off-ball linebacker as well. He is a pick for the Cowboys here at number 92. Barham, where is he at in my rankings here? Barham. Jay-Sean Barham, I have him as my number 11 edge rusher, outside linebacker in this class. Is a 4.65 40. Does Mr. Barham, comes from that Michigan Wolverines defense. Barham, 6'3.5", 240 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, and 10-inch hands. He last year in all Big Ten honorable mention, played 12 games, started 11 of them, had 32 tackles, 10 TFLs, 4 sacks, 3 PBUs, and a forced fumble. Barham, his NFL comparison, Chop Robinson, former Penn State guy who just got drafted a few years ago. Looking here on Twitter, what all is up. Score, by the way, the Pittsburgh Pirates did get the win over the Milwaukee Brewers. That was a BTA type of performance there from the Buck, from Paul Skeens, and from the Bats. People are not taking the Drew Aller thing as well as some of us here on Twitter. Andrew Filipponi from 93.7. The Steelers drafted Drew in 255 days. I think I'll quit my job. That was a picture of the countdown clock there. Here we go with the Rams pick, ladies and gentlemen. And they go one of these high-rising tackles in this draft. It is Keegan Trost, the right tackle from the Mizzou Tigers. Missouri having a good representation here on day 2. Also, Zion Young. They didn't have anybody go day 1. Zion Young, it was a Josiah Trotter, and now Keegan Trost go off the board here to the LA Rams. Keegan Trost here, 4.5, 311 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 9 hands, has a 81-inch wingspan. That is a pretty big wing there, let me tell you. 31-inch vertical for Trost, 13 AP All-American, first team All-SEC. Started all 13 games at right tackle for the Mizzou Tigers. And just a little bit of his strengths here for Trost. He is a nasty dude, let me tell you. Trost right now, strong punch, loves to finish, loves the contact, loves to finish through the ground. And now he's going to go to the LA Rams, and they needed a right tackle. I thought that could have been where they would go in round 1. I think at the time you still had like Blake Miller and all that. I think Warren McClendon is their starting right tackle right now, so he's going to get a good shot to compete for the opening day job there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at pick 94. Pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left to go here in the 3rd round tonight. And we'll call it a stream there. Real quickly, going to take probably my final break of the show here because the Steelers are coming up soon at pick number 99. Stay where you are, back here in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pick is in for the Miami Dolphins, and they are making the selection. Ah, damn it. There goes one of those wide receivers that I've been talking about all night. They just popped up the board of available players, and I mean, I don't know what the hell Jamad McCoy's medicals are, but my goodness, he is torpedoing right now in the old draft department. But I mean, still good guys there. Jalen Kilgore, Kyle Lewis, linebacker, who I really love, Darrell Jackson Jr., Jennings Dunker, Skylar Bell, but no longer Chris Bell, ladies and gentlemen. He just went off the board to the Miami Dolphins at pick number 94. And Bell, had he not had an injury last year, he could have been talked about as a first-round pick. I would have loved Chris Bell for the Steelers, but it is not going to happen. Bell, I have as my number 8 wide receiver in this draft class. He is 6'3", 222 pounds, 22 years old, 32.5-inch arms, and 10-inch hands. Ran a 4.44 40-yard dash. Last year, a first-team All-ACC guy. 11 games played. Played out wide most of his time. 72 receptions, 917 yards, 6 receiving touchdowns. There we go. Testing. We good? My bad. Not sure where you guys left out there. Just saw, here on my phone here that the stream went out. Hopefully we're all good now. I'm hoping that's the case. We good? All right. Chris Bell just went to the Miami Dolphins. Not sure when I cut out. AJ Brown type build for a player. And Bell did have some injury history, so that is where he ends up going. That's where he ends up going here in the third round. Pick number 95, a tight end just went, ladies and gentlemen. It is Eli Raridon, tight end from Notre Dame. Raridon in my tight ends category. He is my number 6 tight end in this class. 6'6", 245 pounds, 22 years old. He had 12 games played last year, 32 receptions, 482 receiving yards. No touchdowns, though. The receptions and receiving yards are career highs. He's very strong and explosive for a tight end, willing to do every single duty that comes with being a tight end. Terrorizes zone coverage, finding soft spaces to settle in. Grip strength is crazy when he gets bare paws on those defenders. Big 11-inch hands. And ladies and gentlemen, the Pittsburgh Steelers have just traded up. Hang on. They were at pick 99. They just moved up with the Seattle Seahawks. And we have a trade alert. The Steelers are on the clock. Here we go. Who do they like? Trade alert. The pick is in for the Steelers. And here comes Cam Hayward. What do we do? Who do we like? All right, here we go. Who do we like? Good pick. Where are they going? What position? They went Jennings Dunker. They went offensive line. Look at that beautiful head of hair. Jennings Dunker, the sexiest looking offensive lineman that we have seen in the draft in quite some time, is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. Jennings Dunker, they went back up to get an O-lineman. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's going to love that. He is going to be there are going to be so many Steeler jerseys of Jennings Dunker. It's not even going to be funny. That is a good pick, and he is a nasty and good-looking son of a bitch. Let me tell you that. There we go. Oh, wow, in the comment section there. What are your reactions? Get them in the comment section. Jennings Dunker is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. Back-to-back years, they take Iowa players. They took Caleb Johnson last year. This year, it's Jennings Dunker. Two men that get to stay in the black and gold. How about it? Jennings Dunker, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the head of hair. He's got the redhead mullet going, but he's got like sort of a bowl cut up front. Look at him. Big old farm boy. He's tossing hay bales. How can you not love this? How can you not love this here? Jennings Dunker, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. That'll round off. It wasn't the perfect night, but it's a night that got us feeling a little bit better about the Steelers, at least in my opinion here. Jennings Dunker out of Iowa, ladies and gentlemen, how he stacks up here. 23 years old, 6'5", 319 pounds. Iowa product, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, so he's got great length and all that right there. Combine ran a 5'19" 40-yard dash, had a 184 10-yard split, 9-foot broad jump, 32.5-inch vertical. Last year, or I should say 2 years ago, 2024, second team, all Big 12, all Big 10. Last year, 2025, third team, all Big 10, and a member of that Iowa offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award for the nation's top offensive line. 13 games, 13 for Jennings Dunker, all at right tackle, but do not panic. When you hear right tackle, he is going to be a guy that will kick into guard, and you're probably looking at a five-position versatile guy here with Dunker. Had 2 sacks allowed on 316 pass pro snaps. Dog in the run game, 80 even run block grade, 77.3 pass block grade. 47 games played, most of which were at right tackle, but he is going to move somewhere else in the NFL and probably do well there. 9 sacks allowed in his NFL career, or in his college career in 4 years. Strengths for Mr. Jennings Dunker. Sick name, sick mullet. It is a hell of a pick there for the Steelers, in my opinion. Once Pregnon went off the board and you got Dunker, I will take it. So moved up. Let me pop up his name here to pick number 96, and they took offensive guard. I did put Dunker in the guard section. I have him as my 4th favorite guard in this draft. Jennings with a G, Dunker. Elite name, elite head of hair, and now hopefully the next elite offensive lineman for the Steelers. Pros and cons, strengths and weaknesses for Jennings Dunker. Effort is no issue. He never quits working and fighting during and after blocks, looking to finish every single rep with aggression. He possesses a very violent punch that discombobulates an opponent's press or pass rush early. Then he moves them with good leg drive and torque. His anchor absorbs bull rush as well, and he can do it from the start or when he feels like he is getting pushed back. And he might play tackle in the NFL, but would be better to kill it at offensive guard. He's really athletic and flexible enough to play just about any offensive line spot. Weaknesses, can get a little top heavy and lean a little bit too much, which could expose him to rushers, twists, and great, secondary moves. His hip stiffness and heavy footwork limits his ability to mirror and recover against quick pass rushers coming across his face. And hands do need to be, better placed with his first punch. Right now, his hands slide off blockers sometime, but he's going to go, like Maxi Hornachor, going to what I believe will be an outstanding offensive line coach group with Campen and Evans. His pro comps, if Jennings Dunker turns out right, Brandon Scherf, who was an excellent NFL guard there for about a half decade. I think he's still in the league down in Jacksonville. He is who, Dunker compares to body-wise. But one of his pro comps, and I bet you the Steelers saw this pro comp and said, yeah, we can use another one of those guys. Mason McCormick is a Jennings Dunker pro comparison. So if you get 2 Mason McCormicks on your offensive line and you destroy it with Troy Fautanu and Ihornachor and Frazier, having, 2 average guys on your offensive line and 3 studs I will take that if you're the Steelers. So Jennings Dunker, welcome to the black and gold. I am here for it. And the Steelers, maybe they traded up for Dunker because Pregnon went off the board, and also because maybe the Minnesota Vikings were taking a look at a Jennings Dunker. The Vikings just went offensive line, and they took Caleb Tiernan, tackle from Northwestern. We'll get to Tiernan and his profile here in a moment. Back here to the comment section. You guys in the comment section, yay or nay on the pick. I love Jennings Dunker as a, at this, point in the draft pick, a third-round pick that you can develop a little bit, can play all around, looks sick as well, just looks like a Steeler. Looking here, I wanted him or Pregnon. I agree. Also, this comment here, don't want to be a Debbie Downer. Our draft has been good besides Bernard. I know you're not the biggest fan of Bernard. I am. I'm going to give this a B. I'm going to give it a B. A B. Last night was a F minus for the Steelers. Tonight, though, making it up, I'll give them a solid B right now. Got another pick here. The Vikings, back-to-back picks, I believe. So the Vikings, they go offensive line with Caleb, and then they went to safety with Jacoby Thomas. I believe Thomas was a guy that the Steelers had in for a top 30 visit, so he is off the board. Back here to the comment section. Guess they thought Minnesota would grab him because that's the only team that we jumped. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was now that we just saw them one offensive tackle right there. Looks like a Steeler with this draft package they are showing. Yeah, he does. Got that Yager mullet going. He's got one of the sickest heads of hair that have come out of the draft in quite some time. If they were to do draft picks based on how sick your lettuce up top is, that was definitely a first-round type of a hairstyle right there. He's massive, interesting pick for sure. O-line getting some love. They can develop E. Hornachor, but Jennings Dunker can fill in at left guard, maybe day one over a Brock Hoffman or something. I will take that. Maybe even Dunker can kick over and, hold off left tackle a little bit if, they don't want to go with Dylan Cook or something like that. Two more picks left here in the third round here tonight, and then we will log off for the evening. Here comes the Seattle Seahawks at pick number 99. And the Seahawks, ladies and gentlemen, they go Julian Neal from Arkansas. This is a guy who, Neal, I thought, before the last college football season started, he had a good chance to be like a top 10, top 15 corner, and then he fell a little bit. But he is a, decent pickup as a guy. Maybe you can get what you got out of him 2 years ago compared to last year there for the Seattle Seahawks. Looking here, going back these last couple of picks, Caleb Tiernan, he went to the Minnesota Vikings as the first of their back-to-back picks. Tiernan, my number 8 offensive tackle in this class, 6'7.5", 323 pounds. Second team, all Big Ten this past season. Started 13 games at left tackle, 3 sacks allowed on 430 pass pro snaps, a 59.7 run block grade, yuck, and an 84.3 pass block grade. Ozzie Trapio from the Chicago Bears is his pro comp. You then go to Jacoby Thomas, the safety from the Miami Hurricanes. He went to the Vikings as well. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final pick tonight in round 3. Here we go. Final one. And it is the Jaguars that go with Jalen Husky, the safety from Maryland. He is the final pick here in round 3 of the NFL draft. And that is going to do it for tonight's festivities, ladies and gentlemen. Back here one last time here to the round 3 selections that we just missed out on with the Steelers picking. Jacoby Thomas, safety from Miami, 6'1", 211 pounds. Did some nice work as a deep field safety there with the Hurricanes. Had a second team all ACC year, defensive MVP of the college football playoff semifinal win against Ole Miss. Had 76 tackles, 4 TFLs, 3.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 6 PBUs last year. You then go to Julian Neal, who went to the Seattle Seahawks. Or no. Or yeah, round 4, pick 101. I thought they were going to do another pick there, but never mind. I read that right. Julian Neal, 6'1.5", 203 pounds, runs a 4.49 40. Tied the team, Arkansas team, or excuse me, never mind. That was from 2 years ago. 2 TFLs, 2 INTs, 10 PBUs, and 55 tackles last year for Julian Neal. Outstanding size and length for an outside corner. And then Jalen Husky, one of the safeties that I did not do work on in this draft. 6'1". He has 196-pound frame, 31-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Was a second-team All Big Ten. Husky. And with that brings an end to the 2026 NFL Draft rounds 2 and 3. What do you guys think? I mean, after a crap night last night, I think, B is a pretty good letter for the draft here tonight if you're the Steelers. They got their wide receiver that I really, really wanted. If they weren't going to be massively aggressive and trade up for Denzel Boston, I hate that he went to the Cleveland Browns. If they weren't going to be overly aggressive for Denzel Boston, I did like that they went to Jeremy Bernard. Work the middle of the field and be a different type of ball player than DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. Drew Aller, I know people are going to be like, oh, he's not clutch. He can't read defenses. He throws picks at bad times. Yes, he does do all that, but he's going to a quarterback, developer and Mike McCarthy, and he's got, the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft class, not named Fernando Mendoza, so I'm cool with that pick. Dalen Everett, corner from Georgia, wasn't, the cock of the walk there, with the corners on the board. I liked Jermod McCoy and Malik Muhammad, but hey, is a guy that the Steelers can, develop into a special teamer, and he can, fill in at outside corner, be that, sort of James Pierre type guy. And then Jennings Dunker, trading up for him ahead of the Vikings. I am all for Jennings Dunker, a dude who provides some tackle guard versatility. Caleb Tiernan, who then went to the Vikings right after that. He does not have much versatility, so I will take that if you are the Steelers that rest of the draft. The trade that the Steelers made with the Seahawks, they swapped, they moved up 3 picks from 99 to 96. All they gave up was their 6th round pick 216. So they still got, 5 picks tomorrow, something like that, 6 maybe. So, I mean, hey, they still got some ammunition to maybe do something in the later rounds tomorrow. I'm at least happy they made a few trade-ups today. They traded up for Jeremy Bernard and Jennings Dunker, 2 guys that I would have traded up for. So that's a good piece of business tonight for the Steelers. They got caught with their pants down tomorrow night, and it's still, embarrassing, and I'm still mad at it. But they did. They were able to, make up a little bit of goodwill here tonight. I will give them that. It was a good night. Wasn't outstanding, but they did do some making up. So I will take that. And we'll see what goes on tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to do it here tonight. Wrapping up here with just a few comments here. Love the pick. Went to get something to eat and missed it. Talking about the Jennings Dunker pick. I do too. Better night too. Now we just need to finish strong. Agreed. He can flip some steel beams in Pittsburgh if Dunker wants. Yeah, I mean, you might as well just, get tractor tires in full force, and hay bales are now going to be shipped to UPMC Rooney Sports Complex for him to get his workout regimen in. Reading Bernard's vertical and all that. That's got to be a typo, right? I mean, yeah, not the most vertical guy in the world, but you got 2 big wide receivers to be vertical threats. And Bernard, he's that middle of the field yards after catch guy. I'd rather have that. I want a football player, not a, athletic tester dweller. I know that's not a bad word, but Bernard let's wait and see here. I have high hopes for him. Got 6 picks tomorrow. All right, so 6 picks. So I think that's what, 2 in the fourth? No, they dropped a fourth. That's what, a fourth, a fifth, skip 6 and what, 3/7 or 4/7? I don't know. We'll figure that out later. It's gonna do it here for tonight. You streaming tomorrow? I'm probably going to hold off streaming tomorrow. To be honest, this lead up to the draft and all that has taken the winds out of my sail. I've woke up yesterday with a sore throat, and it has not, gotten all that much better. So I'm be lucky if I have a voice tomorrow, to be honest. And if we were to go live tomorrow, it would be like a 7 or 8 hour marathon in this room. I did it last year, and it was a rough Monday, let's say, after the draft. So gonna hold off. I think, with what the Steelers did tonight, they got their big splashes out of the way to where we can, see who they pick tomorrow and not need a full breakdown. They got, offensive line helping Jennings Dunker. They got a corner, a defensive back that we knew they were going to do. Their wide receiver that they finally got, and a quarterback. I mean, I think I would have considered going live tomorrow if they didn't, take a wide receiver yet or a quarterback. But I think they got out of the way their major, holes that they needed to address in the draft. So, don't think I'm going to go live tomorrow. I do appreciate you asking. I would if I maybe was feeling a little bit better, but just going to take some time to rest and look at these guys and, get some more information to you guys. We'll recap all of this. I promise on Monday, the Steelers picks, the rest of the AFC North picks, grades for each of the AFC North teams. We'll do all that on Monday. In the meantime, please go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy day 3 of the draft tomorrow. Please, pray that the Pittsburgh Penguins do not get embarrassed too bad tomorrow night against the Philadelphia Eagles, as they will probably get swept. And we'll reconvene and talk about all this on Monday. That is for sure. That'll probably be our leadoff for the show on Monday. So come on back. Those of you heading on out of here tonight, at the end of this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Turn on notifications, like, share, leave a comment in the comment section, your grades for these picks and your grade overall for day 2 of the draft. And go check out the channel at Steel City SR on Facebook, Instagram, and X. That's going to do it. Have a good rest of your weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all. This was a, not all of that happy, but it was a good time and a successful time here streaming and reacting to the draft with you. I appreciate each and every one of you for stopping by again. Maybe we do it again next year. We'll have to wait and see. This was a fun draft. Maybe this time next year, the Steelers are going after a new top target. Maybe it's a quarterback, wide receiver, defensive player. Who knows? We'll address that then. And we'll recap all this on Monday. Thank you all for stopping by. Have a good rest of your weekend. See ya. Peace.